Oh, I want that to be evil chuckling, but I must admit, I'm simply laughing at the man with two hats right now, because that is a beautiful way to start a Halloween stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Mansion Incident, a spooky Halloween solo RPG experience. My name is Pixel. I'll be your they them forever DM for the evening. It is lovely to have both Harmony WJ wishing us a wonderful happy Halloween in chat, and the man with two hats asking hello, 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 what's all this then? It's good to have you both here. This is Halloween. It is indeed the spookiest day of the spookiest month. And we're here. We're excited, hopefully, for a solo survival horror RPG that I've had my eyes on for a couple of weeks now, saw it on itch.io, snapped it up immediately. It is called The Mansion Incident. If you haven't put that together, it's by Travis Brightfield. We are going to be enjoying all of that game. And I have found a way to actually have the cards. This is one of those games where we deal out a deck of cards to see what happens. I found a way to have the cards on screen. So that is going to be, hopefully, really good. Hi there, Harmony. It is lovely to have you here. Where's the witchy cackle? I'm not very good at a witchy cackle. I'm much better at a sinister chuckle. That's who I am. What's the second spookiest month? My money's on May. May's a good month. I have a birthday in May. It's not particularly spooky to me. I actually tend to agree with Harmony. December is probably one of the spookiest months. Relatives are not always a thing you want to hang out with. They're not always a thing you want to have to deal with. And sometimes they can be downright scary. Some of the things that they say and do. Especially in the holiday season. I have this theory, by the way, while we're speaking quickly of the holiday season. I genuinely believe that Americans don't understand how good they have it drinking in winter when it comes time to dealing with relatives. In Australia, where the temperatures on Christmas and throughout summer can get up to 40 degrees, I remember my first 43-degree Christmas. It was horrifying. You're dehydrated. You're suffering from the heat, you're dehydrated, and you're drinking. I can't imagine a spookier combination when it comes to dealing with residents. Of course, I am in Halloween costume. If you haven't already noticed, I have this spooky witch's hat. Assuming... Oh, there we go. I just descend my chair enough so that you can see it, because it's not a very good costume if you can't see the whole thing. I'm also a bit sticky in December, doesn't make for good spooky. Yeah, that's fair. Cold beer doesn't help. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. When you get a good cold beer as well, I'm one of those people who thinks that beer is generally pretty bad. But, you know. But yeah, I pulled out all of the spooks. You'll notice we're very dark and dim, with the exception of the dice cam, which is nice and bright on our blood-spackled D6. The only dice we will need for tonight. Rolling a 4 off the bats, not too bad. I have it set to 1, the spookiest number. Behind me, up here, you will see good friend of the stream, Spooky Skull, back at it again for another spooky time. I don't think he ever got a name, the little flashing RGB skull. But he's there, and I got some candles flickering behind me as well, because of course I do. I just did dead makeup with my clothes I wore for the day. That's my costume. That is honestly, it's not a bad costume. As the music gets very loud and very spooky all of a sudden. It's always this one track that's in this playlist that I play is just always a little too loud. And I always forget. Cracking open a warm beer right now? Oh, I'm so sorry, the man with two hats. I am so sorry. Cracking open a cold beer is not how I would want to spend my Halloween. Do yourself a favor. Grab a beer and stick it in the freezer if you haven't already. Grab yourself a beer, stick it in the freezer, and then check in on it in about 20 minutes, and then put it in the fridge for another 20. That's what I would do. Before we start, I do also want to thank, we had some new followers come in overnight, so I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Lord Lebrand, DJ Che, and Icepicker82 for following. It's lovely to have you if you are here. Delta Waves is here and has become Death, the Destroyer of Worlds, which is always something you want to hear from one of your longest term supporters. If they support you and they become Death, the Destroyer of Worlds, they might leave your shit alone. I hope that you will allow me to continue living long enough to enjoy this stream. And how goes me? At the very least, I am doing really well. We have Harmony WJ and the man with two hats in chat at the moment talking about all kinds of spooky things, including the second spookiest month, December. But we are going to be playing a game tonight. We are going to be playing a game tonight, and I think that we are going to have a really wonderful time doing it. So if you'll give me a moment, let me get some things set up. I will start, friends. I will start by showing you what we're playing. If you haven't seen it already, this is The Mansion Incident, a solo survival horror RPG by Travis Brightfield. It is a 30-page RPG, and it's similar to ones that we've played before. It looks like it's based on the Carter system, which uses a deck of playing cards to lay out a thing to explore, but rather than laying out our dungeon, our mansion, our whatever it is, like the Carter system is, we generate the layout as well as the different rooms of the mansion as we go, one card at a time. So it's a little different, but it involves laying out cards. But yes, this is The Mansion Incident. It is a hack of Escape from Demon Castle Dracula, which is another great game that I would love to play at some point. The characters, setting, narrative, and additional mechanics of The Mansion Incident are the work of Travis Brightfield. You can find more of their work online, as I'm sure you can imagine. And what I'm going to do before we do anything else is I'm going to go ahead, type viciously into my computer without any thought of mercy or chill, because I don't have any of that. What I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to provide you with a link to The Mansion Incident. Mansion Incident. So I'm just going to go ahead and drop that there. And I do enjoy that we're playing a game from someone whose itch.io name is Big Gay Universe. What could be spookier than Steam deciding to download a 60GB patch for a game you haven't played in 18 months so you miss out on 5 minutes of a friend's stream? Several things. But that is one of the spookiest things I've heard today. Hey Pixel, we met at PAX on the Friday. I was in a TNG uniform. I'm now using the sharp edge crystal dice that you were giving out for scanning your QR code. Oh, wonderful. It's lovely to have you here. I'm glad that you found your way to the stream. I hope that the dice is treating you well. I still have a few of those, including the set that were made for me. Given you've mentioned them, I will also take a quick moment to quickly spruik my dear friends at Fractal Gems, because I can, basically. Fractal Gems are novice dice makers aiming to bring their artistic visions to life in resin creations. They've got a store coming soon. And these are some of the dice that they have on offer. We can see some absolutely beautiful sets. I'm really loving this design. They haven't named it. They're asking if they should make a whole set of it, and I love it. Absolutely beautiful. These, no, not these ones. This is another color test, which I like, but I prefer a little more translucency. A little too milky for me. These are the ones that they made for me, though. And these are the ones that I named. I gave them the name Aether Storm after workshopping it with some people, including some people I met at PAX. But these dice I have, these are my dice that I use all the time. They're the dice that I use unless there's a very specific theme I'm playing with. And I love them to bits. So just going to go ahead and, yeah, plug Fractal Gems. Thank you for mentioning them. They are dear friends of mine. They're not sponsors of the stream or anything. But if you, I imagine that you had to follow them in order to acquire a dice at PAX, but if you haven't already followed them on Instagram, you go ahead and do that now. And alas, I cannot give you a dice, but I can give you the satisfaction of knowing that you are supporting some really wonderful and talented up-and-coming dice makers, and that's always good fun. Just adjust my headphones and witch's hat. I'm not sure what I've done, but I had to disconnect and reconnect a bunch of things. There we go, that works. I had to disconnect and reconnect a bunch of things, and my webcam is now also super desaturated, which I kind of like. I think it works for this. But yes, regardless, welcome in. It was lovely to have you at my table, and you were wearing the TNG uniform. Which means I think you came up and saw me while I was running this town of ours, which is the world-building game, because I remember a TNG uniform for that. I think there might have been a TNG uniform in my later game. From memory, yours was sort of a blue turquoise. And the one that I had at my later game was red shirt. My memory, it's been a month, so I may be horribly misremembering here. But in any case, I enjoyed meeting everyone that I met at PAX, so it is lovely to have you. Username Hitch there. Okay, 100%. It is absolutely wonderful to have you here in the stream. So, we are playing the Mansion Incident, like I was saying. Here we go, right here. It's a hack of Escape from Demon Castle Dracula. There are a bunch of icons that were made as part of this game as handouts towards the end. They look like this. Unfortunately, couldn't figure out an easy way to get them into the platform that we'll be using, so they aren't available in this game. There are content warnings for this stream, and I'm going to go ahead and make them as big as possible on the screen, and we're going to go over them now. Here we are, lol, I have this muted so I don't wake anyone, but hi Cubus Octopus, it is lovely to have you here, Jenna. Hello to both you and to your spooky munchkin. I hope that you are having a good evening. I say good evening, it is, what, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning for you? I'm just gonna go ahead and give a nice big wave. Actually, hang on, what am I doing? There we go. I'm gonna give a wave, I'm gonna give a heart, because you've muted me, but that's deeply understandable. But where was I? These are the content warnings that we have for this game. It is a game aimed at developing meaningful relationships and protecting the people that matter most to you. That said, it is also steeped in frightening, harrowing, and often violent situations. It includes the following non-exhaustive list of content you should be aware of in order to decide if you wish to read on and to watch on for this stream. There is the inferred presence and usage of guns, numerous zombified monsters, including mutated undead versions of human beings, dogs, snakes, primates, insects, spiders, and tentacle somethings. There are some normalish snakes as well. Swarms of locusts, references to blood, lacerations, and other types of bodily harm and gore, but not references to self-harm. Oppressive, tight spaces, and under some circumstances, character death and sacrifice. If a prompt doesn't work for us for any reason, we are welcome to skip it, rewrite it, re-roll it, or take a break. If at any point you begin to feel overwhelmed or unsafe, please set the game down, take a moment to center yourself, have a drink of water, like I have here, or maybe a snack, like I have here. Consider if you'd like to put the game away, or maybe change its tone or mechanics. This may not be the best game for you, and that's okay. So those are our content warnings for the game. Again, this is a solo RPG, but that's not how we do things here. So this is a content warning for the stream and for everybody. If any of those things are likely to give you a bad time, a harsh time, please do take care. Do not feel obliged to stay. If you want to just lurk and mute the stream for a while, you can do that. If you need to bow out completely, please do. Take care of yourself first. Now, if you haven't played a solo RPG with me here on Twitch before, there are some interesting little things that you need to know. First of all, when I say solo RPG, that is what these games are designed as. They are solo RPGs. They are designed to be played by one person. The person who has bought the game, has the dice, has the cards, has the journal, and what have you. That would be very boring for Twitch, though. So what I do is I include you. Chat, You are functionally an extension of my brain. You are an extension of my creativity. Your input, what you say, what you think matters. If you have an opinion on what's happening before you, speak up. This is the kind of game where we are writing answers to prompts as we go. We're particularly focusing on memories of loved ones and relationships between ourselves and our companions and our compatriots. So if you have ideas, input, hell, if you want to give me a sentence that you've written, that you come up with on the fly for one of the prompts, send it in. And if we get to anything that's particularly tricky and leaves us with a very important decision to make, I will probably make a poll between our most likely 2 or 3 options. But on the whole, while I am but one player, you are all players too. You are players who play as part of me, and Twitch chat, you and I together are gonna survive the shit out of this mansion. I believe in us. I think we can do it. Maybe we can't, who knows? We're gonna find out though. We're gonna find out, hopefully not the hard way. An extension of you is the left hand taken. The left hand is not taken. It has black nail polish on it, but it is not otherwise taken. We can go ahead and have a little talking hat situation if you would prefer. No, that's going to be terrible. I actually much prefer having this on my head. Which is not weird, because I normally don't do things on my head. But this is working. This is a vibe. If it looks like I'm looking way off here, by the way, that's where my preview is while I've got the game going on the main monitor. Now, one last thing before we start. There are 2 tools that we will be using as we play this game, and both of them I'm going to make as visible to you as possible throughout the game. The first one is our character sheet. Right now I've got it in big mode because it's hiding something sinister behind it. Our character sheet will have our name, our inventory, there's some research and some skills that we have to use at certain points, and we also have this slot down here below this line, memories. We will be writing down our answers to various prompts, and underneath that, this is how I intend to... Oop, oh dear. It has decided it does not enjoy what I've done to it. There we go. So, while I can't necessarily easily have it just here, I would like to try. So we'll see how we can do. That might not be too bad. Our second thing is this great big white playing cards window that we have here. This is playingcards.io is the name of the website, and here we have a deck of cards that we can go ahead and pull out and flip around and show off, and we can rotate them. We need to rotate them during the course of the play because the layout of these things actually matters. I can recall and shuffle them all, and we have 2 different types of tokens. This blue token here says player on it. I'm not sure if it's too small for you to read, but I've discovered that this is about the size we need to have things to have a hope of fitting everything on one screen. So this is the player token. We are blue. This is the nemesis token, which will come into play later. This is black or grey. And we have 4 health tokens. We start at green, which is fine. We go to yellow, which is a little danger, a little caution. We get orange, which is danger, and we have red, which is last legs. When we have used all of our health tokens, things are bad forever. We also have, underneath the chat, the dice cam for our single d6 that we will be rolling. Sometimes it will roll into a corner and I will have to move it back like that. I ask that you trust me, that was 3. And hopefully everything will be fine. Hopefully we will survive. So, without further ado, chat, let's get stuck into the mansion incident. You awake alone. The last thing you remember is the helicopter spinning out of control. You and your entire unit were thrown from it as you approached the Stepford estate deep in the forested mountains. You'd come to investigate a slew of missing persons. Now your team count among them. Something ravenous approaches from the dark. You stand, but there is only one place to run. Inside. We move on to our introduction. In the mansion incident, we are taking on the role of a member of the Investigation and Rescue Implementation Service, or I.R.I.S, an elite group of detectives tasked with finding, and in some cases liberating, missing persons in the sprawling mountains of the Midwestern United States. As you recover your team from a sinister, labyrinthian mansion that hides secrets and danger behind every door. You aren't sure what's really going on in the Stepford mansion. There are bizarre puzzles, booby-trapped rooms, hidden passages, and no end of ruthless, hungry monsters. But as a part of I.R.I.S, you've bumped up against the inexplicable and the occult before. Mountain country is full of chthonic rituals, strange locations, and stranger beasts. There may not be anyone left alive from the helicopter, but you have to hold on to hope that your team survived. You care for each one of them. Among them are your best friend and your beloved. You won't be leaving without them. To escape, you'll need to trek through the mansion, endure its horrors, recover your 6 missing teammates, and find some means of transport out of the mountains. A shit lone survivor is never a good start. It never ever is. So this is a game about survival and terror, but also about relationships, community, and the strength that those bonds give us to endure. We have our 6-sided die, our deck of playing cards with jokers included, a means of writing, and the assorted markers for our character. And a lovely little bit of art just there. Little bit of horrifying art. Not even horrifying. That could be kind of sweet, honestly. That's just nice. Start. We have found our quiet place with a large table or other empty playing surface. We have darkened the room. We have got creepy atmospheric music. We start out with our 4 health tokens. For a tense and more difficult game, each token can take 1 damage. For a more manageable difficulty, let each token take 2 damage before being removed. To keep track in this case, flip a token over when it takes its first point of damage and remove it when it takes its second. When your final health token is removed, you are dead. Your game might continue on, see death saves, but the life of your protagonist will not. When dealing damage to big bads and a nemesis, regardless of difficulty, 1 damage is 1 health point. We are going to shuffle the deck of cards, set it aside. Just to be clear, when we play this together, I am going to, because we can't really flip these tokens, moving a token across like this is 1 point. Moving the token down under the deck and off to the side like I have just now, that is 2 points. So, we have taken no damage, we have taken 1 point, we have taken 2 points, we have taken 3 points, we have taken 4 points, and so on and so on. That is how we're going to play this game, because I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. TK Hubworld, happy Halloween. It is indeed, and happier for having you here. Welcome to the stream, welcome to chat. It is so lovely to have you here. And Australican coming out of the woodwork as well. Imagine seeing a TK here indeed. Normally this is streaming time, but it's storming like a bitch out there. Is it? It might be where you are. I'm not sure if it's hit me just yet, but given I have my windows open to keep it cool in here, I might want to quickly check. It looks like it will be storming in a couple of hours where I am. So here's hoping that at the very least I hear the sound of rain over these headphones. I know for a fact I can hear thunder over these headphones, so we'll see about if I can hear the rain itself. And I'm sure everything will be fine. In the Blue Mountains, I've got an hour and a half. Yeah, that sounds about right. What website is that? Probably explained earlier, but I missed it. The website with the tokens is called playingcards.io. I will provide you with a link in chat so that you can go ahead and check it out for yourself. It allows you to make or play a variety of different games, but as I've discovered, you can also make custom games, custom setups with custom decks and tokens and the like. And you can play single player and multiplayer games using the website. It's pretty good. What you're saying is that it promises to be a dark and stormy night. It does appear like we're promising it will be a dark and stormy night. I can hear the wind starting to pick up outside, so at some point during the stream, I will have to go and check to make sure that everything's okay. But yes, let us move. We have shuffled the deck of cards and set it aside. Each card in the deck represents a location we may encounter on our search throughout the mansion. As we explore, we'll lay the cards out on the table in front of us to form a visual representation of the mansion's layout. We have divided our paper into 4 sections: inventory, memories, research, and skills. We are not doing it like this, however, because we have our little simple note character sheet open here. Next, we'll choose a protagonist and add their starting inventory and skills. As we move through the mansion, we will encounter more items, discover research, gain skills, and reflect on the memories of our teammates. So thankfully, we have plenty of room in each of these sections. We have 4 protagonists to choose from, each with their own history, skills, and benefits. When you answer memory prompts, imagine how your character's unique history comes to life in their relationships with their teammates, or invent your own character if you wish. So we're going to go through the 4 different characters and pick together who we're going to be playing. They do also seem to have names, but we might change the name if someone comes up with a better one. The playing card site looks exactly like what I need for running games for young people and students. Mapui is already awesome for a battle map. I'm so glad that it's helpful. I love it when my stream helps people, even when we're just trying to spook the pants off each other. Hey, how much I missed, or we are still in game explainy, dumbass Sapphic. Welcome to the mansion incident. We are about to pick our characters. We're gonna go look through them. I'm gonna sound basic here, but I just discovered how to make sentient items last week, and now I'm going all bionicle on my players. Wonderful. I love that. So our 4 character options, we have the seasoned Jack Green Valley, an old hat among the ranks of I.R.I.S, not a founding member, but pretty darn close. Your training before recruitment was vast and eclectic. There is little you haven't seen and survived. You bring an unrivaled physical prowess to the team and aren't afraid to put yourself in harm's way to get the job done. You're protective of each one of your teammates and carry the burden of everyone's safety heavy on your shoulders. We bring a knife to a tank fight by adding 1 knife to our inventory, and the skill we get is Pugilist. Anytime we take damage in combat, we roll a d6, and on a 5 or a 6, we counterattack for a damage. That sounds pretty good. That's a beefcake and a half. Beefcake and a half. Work is so much, I only just got home. I'm glad you are home now. I'm glad that you are home now. Work is but a distant memory for the day. We think not about tomorrow. It is too scary even for a Halloween stream. We also have the prodigy, Jane Easter. When we were first recruited, our colleagues didn't think much of us. We were young, leaner, less brash than the rest of the unit, but quickly proved that precision, efficiency, discernment, and no small bit of courage went farther and faster than sheer audacity. You quickly rose to become one of I.R.I.S's most respected members. Mission after mission, you've proven your worth and earned the admiration of our team. We add 1 lockpick to our inventory, which allows us to bypass 1 puzzle or non-caught trap card without rolling, but environmental effects still trigger. And we add Rule Breaker to our skills. Once per turn, when turning over a card, you may roll to replace it. Succeeding on a 5 or 6, or a 1 or 2, our attempt to slip away fails miserably. We discard 1 item or take 1 damage if we have no items left. We have the Hot Shot, Liam Roosevelt. Hot-headed or just plain hot, you aren't sure it matters. Yes, we have a himbo! The first to charge in, tactics be damned. You might create a headache as often as a solution, but that hasn't caused you to slow down. You thrive on adrenaline and spotlight, and you know you'll get your fill of both, saving your scattered team. We add 2 ammunition to our inventory because we bring along a little extra everywhere we go. And we gain Taking on Goliath to our skills. Anytime you reach your last health point, gain 1 ammunition. Horrifying. And we have the Brainiac, the youngest of the crew, but no less courageous or capable, recruited straight out of school for your bright intelligence, eager creativity, and talent for science. Since joining, you've played medic, forensic specialist, and occasionally mixologist. Rarely have you stood at the front lines or had to march forth on your own, but you have mettle and ingenuity, and you don't plan on letting the team down. We add 1 red herb to our inventory, which can be used, I believe, for healing during the game. And we add transmute to our skills. We can convert green herbs into ammunition, which is hilarious as a concept. So those are our 4 character options, and because we are at the first decision of the time, we're going to go ahead and... Who shall we play? The seasoned Jack Green Valley. Seasoned Jack, because I cannot fit Green Valley in there as well. The prodigy, Jane. Do we want to play the hotshot Liam? Or do we want to play the brainiac Rachel? So I'm going to go ahead and chuck up this poll. You can vote multiple times if you have pixel points to spend. I'm just going to wait 2 minutes. Let's get that started. Let's see how we go. Tell me how you feel, chat. What are we thinking character-wise? This decision is up to you. This decision is yours to make. Red herb, red herb. Fresh out of primary, green herb to ammo is just those itchy bomb fuckers. Brainshell. Brainshell's a good option. Brainshell's a good option. Which one was the himbo? The hot shot is definitely the himbo. We've got hot-headed or just plain hot. You aren't sure it matters. The hot shot is absolutely the himbo. As the timer breaks down, if anyone wants to quickly take a look at something different on the screen, I will scroll up and through. Delta, you got a vote in the poll if you want us to play himbo. Although it looks like we have one vote, just one so far in the poll in chat. So it looks like you may get exactly what you wish. Just over halfway there. Oh, we've got a counter vote. We might end up with a tiebreaker. We might need a tiebreaker. Oh, we've got another vote again. Bring it on in, chat. Give me the votes. Who are we playing? I just realized that I can't let Delta vote multiple times with channel points because I know that Delta doesn't have enough channel points to do that. Oh well. It's a little cruel of me, but that's okay. That time is still ticking down. We still got time to vote. Also, I'm just now realizing that while I've never played any of the Resident Evil games, this is giving me vaguely Resident Evil vibes based on what I've seen. The only thing we're missing is the inventory management being weird Tetris. And in fairness to weird Tetris, there is a Steam game that is just weird Tetris, the inventory game. That might happen later, it's true. We have our answer, chat. We are going to be playing the Brainiac Rachel Hall. So let's go ahead and get this information onto our character sheet. We are playing the Brainiac Rachel Hall. We have Red Herb 1 in our inventory. We have the Transmute skill. Just like that. So at any time we can convert green herb into ammunition. 1 green herb for 2 ammunition. And we don't have any weapons or anything like that to start with, but that's okay. I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. Himbo is for after the smart person dies horribly. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That would make sense. That would definitely make sense. I was about to say the groin-grabbingly smart lady, quoting The Simpsons, but in a post-Trump world that is not a fun term anymore. Look, I love me a good old Simpsons quote, so I am happy to let that slide, knowing full well that we are aware that that doesn't play in 2022. But it is still amusing to me. The smart one is always the last to die. No. There is a different game, by the way, called Last to Die that I need to play. We covered it on stream last night. It's not a solo game, so I can't play it on stream, but I need to play it because it's all about turning the Last to Die trope on its head. Also, TK, thank you so much for contributing some channel points to the Multiverse of Madness Battle Royale Challenge. I will go into more detail about what that is later, but I'm going to try and keep the spooky stream spooky, so maybe we'll leave that as a little mystery for now. A little mystery for later. And Dumbass Sapphic also contributes. We're at 91%. We are at 91% fulfilled. If we fill it, I will have to explain it. But we'll see how we go throughout the night. Moving on, we have our recurring items so that you know what they are. Green herbs, which we use to recover 1 full health token. We have red herbs, which we combine with a green herb to yield extra green herbs. We have knives that we can use to prevent damage from a monster. We have ammunition. We declare the usage of ammunition to add +1 to roll in combat against a monster. And we have wooden boards that can be used to board up broken windows or barred doors when being pursued by the nemesis. You may encounter other items on your mission. Their uses will be explained, where they are obtained, or when they become useful. We have substituting ammo in the game because the makers of this game have given us a way to play it without guns, which I like. That said, I think we're just going to go with guns. I like guns. Well, no, I don't like guns. I like guns in games. I think it's fun. So, we enter the mansion with nothing more than our service weapon and the pouches strapped to your chest and waist. We have 4 inventory slots, and we can stack a single item of the same duplicates of the same item, rather, 3 times, spilling into an extra slot after that. If we ever gain an item but have no room for it, you may discard other items to free up a slot. Discarded items cannot be recovered. The only exceptions are the wooden crank handle and the stone emblem, which we can, if we don't want to pick them up, we can drop them and leave them and backtrack later to obtain them. We also gain additional inventory slots when we save some teammates, which is nice, which means they might be alive. We could be good. Memories and grit. As you progress through the mansion, you will sometimes encounter italicized prompts to record specific memories of times you shared with each of your I.R.I.S teammates. When you do, write them in as much or as little detail as suits you. The mansion incident is as much about fleshing out meaningful bonds as it is about surviving horror. These bonds are the source of your resilience as you face terror after terror. In many ways, they underlie the most important quality for success as an I.R.I.S agent: grit. Mechanically speaking, grit is born from at least 2 memories. When you encounter a memory prompt on a card, it may have multiple questions for you to respond to. Regardless, our responses should be written together as one entry representing 1 memory. When you have at least 2 memories, you have grit, which you can spend at any time to re-roll a result, preserving any items that would have been spent on the first roll. When you do so, cross out the 2 memories. They cannot be used for this purpose again. If it pleases you, reflect on how those specific memories came to mind in a tense moment and how they spurred you onwards despite the terror you faced. Grit is what makes you indomitable in the mysterious, deadly mansion. That is, of course, until it runs out. I thought RE3 was Nemesis. It might be. Unfortunately, I am a spooky witch who has never played Resident Evil games. I've just seen the vibes because I've watched people play through some of them. And, of course, I was on the internet when 9-foot-tall, large black hat happened to everybody. Fleshing out bonds, I've seen enough anime to know where that's going. Delta waves, you... Terrible, 0 out of 10, how could you? Ugh. I don't want fleshing out of bonds unless that happens in our horror game to us in the game. Chat, you're meant to be helping survive the horrors, not creating additional horrors of your own. Anyway. Death saves. If at any point you lose your last health token, you are dead. When you are about to lose your last health token, if you have any red court cards in your possession, a teammate will sacrifice themselves to save you. When this happens, write their last moments as a memory. What will you never forget about them? How will you memorialize them if you make it out alive? Turn their card over and cross out any skill you earned from them if it's still active. If your only remaining red court card is your beloved, you will not allow them to sacrifice themselves. You'll lose your last health token to save them instead, leaving them behind in the mansion. This could be the end of your game, but maybe your beloved picks up your weapon and continues on, determined to survive after your sacrifice. If so, reduce your inventory by 1 and cross out any character-specific skill. Continue onwards with any remaining inventory and full health. Write your character's last moments as a memory. What tender moment will your beloved carry with them forever? Decide if your beloved is any of the 3 main characters you did not choose to play as. If so, mark which one. You will be able to use any character-specific room bonuses. Add their skill to your list. Do not gain their starting inventory. If you encountered the Nemesis after losing your main character and continuing on as your beloved, you will not have the fortitude to fight the monster. Follow the mechanics for fleeing instead of fighting back. That's how that works. Every game begins in the foyer. You've just run in from the outside, narrowly evading whatever was on your heels. You didn't get a good look at it in the dark, but it was fast and ravenous. The mansion is strange, ornate, luxurious, certainly, but also somehow unnerving. The foyer is empty. You call out, but no one responds. There's a cry from deeper in the mansion. You rush forward to the first door ahead of you. It opens into a dining hall. Something lurks in the shadows, tall, hulking. You can feel its seething rage in your direction. It steps forward into the light, a grotesque approximation of a human stretched to their limit in every direction. You can't begin to comprehend who or what it is, but a patch on its chest reads, The Nemesis. Beneath that, Rebirth of I.R.I.S, X-103. The Nemesis moves with weight and strength and purpose. It readies to charge. And we're going to roll the first die roll of the night. On a 1 or a 2, we'll be frozen in shock and horror. On a 3 or a 5, we dive onto the dining room table, roll to the other side, and have a few moments to slip away into the next room. On a 6, we widen our stance in preparation. We've seen all kinds of inexplicable mysteries as a member of I.R.I.S, and this one isn't enough to make us lose our cool yet. So, first die roll. First die roll, everybody. Everything could be fine. Or it could be horrible. Weren't the real horrors we met along the way? Oh, absolutely. Dice. And yes, if before we roll it, in fact, we should quickly just point out in the dice cam that we are using this red blood-splattered dice for our horror game tonight. Because of course we are. Of course we are. Dice cam is underneath the chat on your screen. Let's go ahead and roll the first d6 of the night. Yeah, that about does it. That is a 1. We are frozen in shock and horror. The Nemesis barrels into us, slamming us to the ground. We take 1 damage. So let's get started with our 1 damage. Let's move that token to the side. We swallow the pain and scramble out of the dining hall into an adjoining room, knowing the beast is right behind you. Add the Nemesis marker and explore your first location. So, wonderful. I love it. I hate it. Everything is terrible. The Nemesis marker, once we encounter it for the first time, the Nemesis never stops its pursuit of us. It will always be 1 room behind us. We place the marker off the map below our first card, and when we advance, we move the token with us. We can use a wooden board to bar a door and slow the Nemesis, not advancing it the next time we advance ourselves. When you need to backtrack past a room where the Nemesis is located, we play out an encounter seeing the Black Joker. So, we now have our player and our Nemesis on the board, which I do not like. Exploring the first location, which is where we learn about our little fun things. We draw the first card from the top of our deck, place it face up in front of us, place our character token on top of it to indicate that we've entered the location. We then find the card's entry in the codex to see what we've entered, what we've explored, and then we check for doors. And before we do the codex thing and draw our card, we're also going to look at checking for doors. When we've cleared a room, we roll a dice to determine how many doors this room has. On a 1 or a 2, there's 1 door directly ahead. On a 3 or a 4, there's 2 doors out to the sides. And on a 5 or a 6, there are 3 doors around us. That's how we go. We then decide which one we're exploring next, and we move on. We can hit dead ends. Events may happen that prevent us from moving forward. If a card's placement would put it over the edge of the table or on top of another card, don't place it. That is a dead end. Place whichever cards you can and continue exploring. If you cannot place any cards, then you will have to backtrack to an unexplored location. When it becomes a dead end, we tilt it to make it clear that we shouldn't return to it. We have, if I've set it up right, I will quickly double check chat to make sure that I have set it up right. But if I've set it up right, we do have the ability Yeah, we do. As you can see, chat, I can also make the cards spin around wildly, which I didn't realize I could do either until just now. But we have our 1 card, which we can, with the press of a button, have facing either of 2 sideways, up like normal, or to the side. So we do have the ability to do our dead end doors. Which is good to know. Backtracking, if we don't want to explore a face-down location, sorry, if we want to explore a face-down location or are forced by fate or misfortune in another part of the mansion, you can backtrack, count the number of locations between your token and an unexplored location to determine the distance, then roll 1d6 twice. Whatever your result, you get to reveal the location, place your token on it, and explore it as normal. But if your result is less than the distance, you're surprised by a zombie on your way back and must take 1 damage. If you are forced to backtrack but there are no unexplored locations, then your adventure ends with you trapped in the mansion. So if at any point we cannot place new cards and we cannot explore new locations, then we are trapped. Okay. As you lay down new locations, you may end up reconnecting your current location to a location that's been laid down previously. This only happens if the card fits exactly. It doesn't matter whether the old location's already been explored. Treat the new connection as a newly discovered secret passage or hidden door. New connections are helpful for backtracking because they can shorten the distance between locations. And then we have our codex. So, rolling back up, we got our 1. We've taken 1 damage. We're scrambling into our new location. We're exploring our first location. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit the recall and shuffle button one more time. And I'm going to place down our first card. The Nemesis down below it. We're going to be on top of it. The first room we're exploring is the 8 of Clubs. We are on top of the 8 of Clubs right now. We go to the Codex. Clubs are infected monsters that lurk in the mansion and attack you on sight. When you explore a club's location, check its entry and roll the die. So we're going to roll a d6 after we've discovered what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the 8 of Clubs, which is a slither. We hear the sound of something wet slipping, sliding, and rubbing in the dark. And then we feel it wrapping around our ankle, slithering up our leg. We shake it off, but there are dozens more wriggling towards you across the floor and the walls and the ceiling. The vague silhouette of a person stands in the distance, covered in wiggling, wet tentacles. Leeches, maybe. It matters not. Whatever they are, you won't leave any alive. So we roll our d6. On a 1, what we thought was a lifeless corpse on the ground begins to stand and shuffle towards us, and we must deal with a reanimated zombie with the same mechanics as this d6. On a 2, we are injured, describing how taking 1 damage, then we roll again. On a 3 or a 4, we slay the monster at great cost to ourselves. On a 5, we slay the creature. On a 6, we slay all creatures in the room and find a useful item in the location. We describe the fight and then add ammunition or wooden boards to our inventory. So we're going to go ahead and roll a dice as we deal with the slithering wets, which I do not like. The flesh string's real and I hate it. Oh, we've rolled out of the dice tray because of course we have. We have rolled a 2, chat. We have rolled a 2. We are injured. We describe how we take 1 damage, then roll again. I think they are leeches, and the moment they've wrapped around our ankles, we start losing blood as they start to take it away from us. So we're going to go ahead and lose our green token. We've now taken 2 points of damage. We're going to roll again. Leech teeth. Oh god, yeah, leeches have the most horrifying teeth. I hate them so much. Hey, that's a 6. We slay all the creatures in the room after they take a little bit of our blood. And we find a useful item in the location. We can take either ammunition or wooden boards. I'm thinking we get ourselves an early head start. We grab some wooden boards and we scroll back up to figure out how to use them. Because I don't remember how you use them. Memories and grit. Recurring items. That might not be it. Death saves, the foyer, nemesis marker. At any time we can use a wooden board. So at any point we can choose to do that. That's good to know. That's good to know. That's good to know. So, we're going to go ahead and take the wooden boards, and we're going to use them right now to prevent the nemesis from following us, and we're going to check for doors. We're going to check for doors immediately. Did you first use the boards to beat the leech tentacles off and smush them into a disgusting paste? We absolutely did. Do we have X cards for chat just in case? Um, so the thing that the difficult thing about playing these games together is that uh, I can't hear or see you. I can only see what you put in chat. If you put an X in chat, if you put no, I'm not gonna put a safety tool behind channel points. I'm not gonna victimize people by having like if they've supported me by giving all their channel points to other rewards, I'm not gonna make it impossible for them to use an X card. Um, if you put an X in chat, just like a couple of X's in chat, I will move on as best I can. Um, at the same token, or by the same token, if you are having too difficult a time with the stream, we did go over our content warnings at the beginning. I would remind people that as much as I love your support and love having you here, if the stream does get too much for you, this is a spooky horror game. You are not just welcome, but you are in fact required to leave for your own good if that's what you need to do. If you put an X in chat, I will do my best to move immediately on, but I want you to be aware that I may not be always looking at chat because I do have reading and writing and token moving to do, so I can only promise to do my best. It's especially hard because we're not playing around a table the way that I like to play. Safety tools always seem a little easier like that. You can do single point channel point redeems, but I can see what you're saying. You can do single point channel point redeems, but also you typing an X in chat is going to show up more vibrantly for me with the way that my OBS is set up. Channel point redeems do show up, but I have to keep a more active eye out for those, if that makes sense. So we'll see how we go. Some of us are here for the spooks, so all good. I hope that we all have a pleasant time and are here for the spooks together. So we're going to go ahead and check for doors now that we've barricaded the one that's between us and the nemesis that's now hunting us like all I can think of is the Resident Evil mods where one of the monsters following you is playing X Gon Give It To You as you move, and it gets louder or more quiet as you go. Yeah, let's check for doors. How many doors have we got? That is, chat, another 6. So we have 3 doors ahead of us. So we've got one there, we've got one there, and one there. Which way are we going to go forward? Which way are we going to go? I was thinking we could go left, because we are a Brainiac, because this is a labyrinthian mansion, and I think that the Brainiac would know what I know about mazes, which is that if you follow the left-hand wall for long enough, you will eventually make it to the middle, or at the very least make it to a different exit. If you follow the left-hand wall the entire time, you'll be fine. How do we feel about that, chat? Pick one direction? Yeah, we can pick one direction. Okay, baby is done nursing and I'm off to bed again. Good time zone, friends. Happy Halloween. Everybody say a good time zone and a happy Halloween to Jenna in chat. Cubus Octopus is a wonderful friend of ours from the ladies of D&D. I'm going to go ahead and I think I have time zone. I think I have a zone. Surely I have a good time zone emote from the ladies of D&D. Surely I do. I don't. I don't have a good time zone. Instead, I will use the love frog and say goodbye. Goodbye to Jenna. Everyone say goodbye to Jenna and the Munchkin. Go and sleep. Be well. But One Direction is a horrible band. I disagree, personally. I don't think it's a horrible band. I don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. But it is not what I would say objectively terrible. For objectively terrible, we have to look at, God, what was it? That one song? That one song from that Reddit post? Poor Girlfriend? I can't think of the name. Seabat. It's Seabat something, but yes. Also, hello Goblin Cave TV. Lovely to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to some spooky horror mayhem. It sounds like left is always right, so we're gonna go ahead and reveal left. I don't like that it's another club. We're going to move ourselves onto 4. I don't like it. We're leaving 8 behind. The Nemesis does not move up because we've used our boards, our wooden boards, to keep them off the board for the moment. That will change next round. One Direction is a fascinating symptom of pop culture manufacturing, and that's entirely fair. There are many valid criticisms of One Direction, but the music being objectively bad isn't one of them. There are people who love Nickelback. I've been to a Nickelback concert, though not admittedly of my own volition. They have good songs. They're not everyone's cup of tea, but they have at least one good song. This is but my humble opinion. But we have a 4 of clubs, which means we're probably going to get our brains bashed in. The primate. They swing from the rafters bearing bloodied, gnashing fangs. Our genetic cousins, half our size, but twice as strong and faster even than that. Don't let them get a grip on you. It won't end well. Yeah, it probably won't end well. I don't much like my chances against a primate. They can be horrifying if you get them in the wrong mood. They just want a hug. They do not just want a hug, Delta. They want to hurt us. They want to hurt us. So now we have to fight them. Rolling a dice, getting a 4, which is we slay the monster at great cost to ourselves. Describe how, then take 1 damage. I think, chat. I think we go with Delta Waves here. I think we go with the hug. They latch onto us, wrap their hands around us, trying to get to us with their fangs, and we just grab right a hold back, swing wildly around the room, until we happen to fall down upon some protruding piece of broken lumber that goes straight through the primate and a little bit into us. So I'm going to go ahead and remove 1 point of health for our 4. But we have at the very least cleared the room, and we can look for doors. Looking for doors matters. Post-COVID lockdown, everyone just needs more hugs. Oh, I completely agree. 2 of my favorite friends for hugging, like the best huggers I know. Actually, yeah, no, they're 2 out of the 3 best huggers that I know, 100%. Both left the state over the weekend to go to a really fucking amazing and cool thing for them. I'm very jealous and very excited for them. They're back now, but there were 2 events over the weekend that they'd been invited to that I was hoping to see them at, that they couldn't do because they were going to this other thing. And I miss them. I miss good hugs so much. Was it the remnants of a frame that once had a signed Nickelback poster? No, even better than that. It's just the full poster was still in there, and we actually broke it by falling onto it. So there is a signed Nickelback poster that is now slowly soaking in blood on the floor. Doors. We rolled a 4, which is 2 new doors. We have 1 door here. That card just barely fits on the board. We have another door here. That is how we do our 2 doors. That's going to be an interesting decision. It's going to be an interesting thing to happen when we do our exploring if other things happen. We're going to keep going left because we have previously determined that left is always right. So we are going to move onto this card, and the Nemesis is finally going to move into the remains of the leeches. I will never say no to a hug unless I smell, then I prefer not to share the joy, which is entirely fair and your prerogative as a good friend to do. So what do we find? We find, oop, the token has disappeared under the card. We find the 9 of Hearts, our first new suit, the second of 4 suits. We go beyond clubs and spades. We go to hearts. The 9 of Hearts. In a bright, undisturbed research room, you find a VHS sticking out of a TV. You play it and watch a montage reel of the Nemesis hunting down targets. It always wins. You learn something of its patterns, though. Add Nemesis Tactics 5 to your research. Up to 5 times, you may add +1 to a roll against the Nemesis after seeing the result of the roll. When you run out of uses, cross it out. What quirk about your beloved initially annoyed you, but you later came to appreciate. How would they answer the same question about you? Ooh. So first of all, let's go ahead and add Nemesis tactics to our research. We get 2 research slots, so that's one of them. And now we have a memory. What quirk about our beloved initially annoyed us but later came to appreciate? I'm thinking it's gonna have to be related to the TV and the research, right? The Nemesis just wants a hug. The Nemesis just wants a hug, it's true. It's true, the Nemesis just wants a hug. Yeah, I'm thinking... chat, and this is me relating to a memory of my own as a child once upon a time. It's not a quirk, it's a thing that they did that initially annoyed us. We had to watch a lot of VHSs for research. We're now officially in the VHS era. No one has shown me a DVD, therefore everything is on tape. I think that they had this terrible habit of watching the research material. They would watch training videos and they never rewound the tape. Never. Not even once. We were constantly walking into rooms to do our own training, our own research, like putting the tapes in and going, ridiculous, and then having to rewind the whole thing. But we came to appreciate it not because it was a good thing in disguise, you know, they were doing us a kindness, but because more than once, watching research tapes backwards as they were rewinding is what allowed us to catch tiny details that would otherwise have gone unmissed. Because sometimes when you play it forward, something looks fine, but when you play it backward, that's when you see that the movement is horrifyingly unnatural. That's what I think. Our beloved, who needs a name, by the way. I think we need to give them a name. Chat, feel free to give me your suggestions for our beloved. We are playing Rachel Hall. I would recommend and indeed request sapphic relationships in my game. So if we can think of wonderful little femme names or non-binary names at least, that would be most appreciated. Anyone who suggests the himbo from earlier, I'm not going to ban you, but we're not going to do it. A beloved who needs a name, never rewound tapes, research, training, it didn't matter. Once they reached the end, that was it. I don't think I could ever convince them to be kind and rewind. But rewinding in anger led to more inadvertent discoveries than I care to admit. And we also need to answer, how would they answer the same question about us? So we need a quirk that they initially hated but now come to enjoy. Sven right out, definitely knows Sven. Ominous? Ominous? Wait, ominous or ominous? Michelle? Michelle is a name. It's a little too close to Rachel in the spelling, so my brain's saying no to it just for that terribly nitpicky reason. Is there like a sapphic name generator? Lesbian. There's a lesbian name generator. Ominous reader, once it reached the end, that was it. Oh, right. Oh, I hate these. They're not name generators, they're quizzes. Autostraddle has the 100 most lesbianish first names, so I guess that's where we're at now. 100 is Molly, and that is someone pointing at a doll saying you're gay. Surely fantasy name generator? No, I think we're going with Autostraddle. And honestly, I like Molly. I like Molly a lot, so Molly it is. Thank you, Autostraddle. Much appreciated. So man, gay Nickies. Have you considered that maybe the doll is gay? I mean, I had considered it. But yeah, in terms of what do we do that Molly hated about us originally? I think we used to tidy up after them. I think we used to clean. Like, we would clean around them. We would just, you know, we didn't have anything to do. We had time to lean. We had time to clean. Chronic organizer. Yeah, chronic organizer I think makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm thinking that's what we do, so. Yeah, Molly hated the cleaning, my chronic need to organize. Things were never where she left them, which was the point of organizing. I like to think she came to appreciate it when I was able to find all her clothes, toiletries, and gear ahead of the last trip in under a minute, though. That's what we've got going on there. So we have one memory. We have one memory, because technically this is 1A, and that's 1. So one more memory and we get grit, which is nice. Love the witch hat. Cine, thank you so much. I really am glad that you appreciate the witch hat. I like getting into costume, and if I... There you go, you can even see the point of it now. You can see some of the candles and the glowing skull in the background. Happy Halloween, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, my knees did not like that last descent on the powerlifting chair. The position of your things is wrong, therefore I fixed it with no regard to other people and co-workers' systems. Yeah, I have optimized your workflow, you are welcome. The embarrassing questions like, where is that pen went down and that wasn't so bad after all. Oh, absolutely. I'm just adding that verbatim, Australican. Just gonna add that in the middle, because I think that's really nice. So now we get to roll for rooms. Now that we've done that little doodad, and we've got our research. So let's go ahead. We've got a 3, which means 2 more rooms. Scream. Bam. Done. Thank you very much. 2 more rooms, which means we place them down like that. They technically they fit. They got to go in the middle of the card. Technically, they fit. Therefore, this is fine. And we got to go left, which is actually... If we go left, we're actually going right across the screen, which means we're going to wind up directly back where we started. So I actually think we've done 2 left turns. I think we go right. Do you think I'm right, chat? Do you think we abandon our left? Spiral time lolds? I know you were trying to say lads, but lolds is great. Chat, remember Dumbass Sapphic, one of our first subscribers, is also responsible for one of the chat emotes for subscribers being cring. Because sometimes you misspell something and it's beautiful. It's a staircase, easy. No, we don't get to do just random staircases. That would be great. Okay, it sounds like everyone is saying spiral and lads. So, we're gonna go left. The nemesis follows us into 4. I'm not so much fussed about running into the monster. I'm mostly concerned. What's the words I'm thinking of? I'm mostly concerned about being trapped in the maze forever, is the thing. I'm mostly concerned about being trapped. But we're gonna go left. I gotta remove the token from the card to flip it over, and we have... Oh my god. We have the 7 of clubs. Of course we do. This is the monster zone. This is the monster zone. We need to leave the monster zone. Do we need to exit on the 8 of the 8 of slubs? We do not exit on the 8 of slubs. The exit is one of the Joker cards from memory. Dear goodness. Okay, what's the 7 of clubs? Darkstalker, an offshoot of the brain drainers that lurk above. Darkstalkers crawl in the shadows by your feet. They spin webs to catch and confine you. They arrive in swarms and devour in storms of chittering fangs. You hear the scratching of their movement now, somewhere in the dark around you. So we need to roll our d6. Oh, I've dropped a dice. We need to roll our d6. I'm also just going to quickly pull up our character sheet, because I am remembering that we have a red herb, which isn't actually useful for green herbs, which is what we need for healing. I just wanted to quickly double check our skills to see if this would apply. It does not, because it only applies against the Nemesis, so we're rolling a d6, and we're really hoping for a 5 or a 6, because we are taking a bit of damage, and we haven't found anything otherwise useful. Monster party in the foyer. My fingers are uncooperative after a long day of being worked. Deeply fair. We've rolled a 1. What we thought was a lifeless corpse on the ground begins to stand and shuffle towards us. The reanimated zombie must be dealt with following the same roll mechanics before we can search for doors. This effect can stack an unlimited number of times. Good luck. So we keep rolling, but now we have to slay 2 things, or a 6. A 6 will slay everything. So let's go ahead. We have 1 zombie and 1 Darkstalker. Chat, you're not going to believe this if I move the dice, so I'm going to move the dice tray. That's a 6. That is a 6, chat. We did it. I'm proud of us. 1 to a 6. We slay all the creatures in the room, and we find a useful item in the location. We describe the fight. I think describing the fight, we've just wrapped the zombie into the Darkstalkers. It's trying to spin a web around us. The zombie rises, takes all of that for us. The Darkstalker latches onto another moving object. We kind of back away and then push both of them into, I don't know, I'm thinking a fireplace maybe, and just throw a match in after them. Darkstalkers, not the smartest. They are not the smartest. I mean, they are they're an offshoot of the brain drainers. They're clearly the more starved version. I think this time around we add ammunition to our inventory, which we can use to get a +1 on our rolls when dealing with monsters. So I'm going to go ahead and in our inventory, I'm going to add ammunition 1. Zombie Night Stalker, natural enemies, a nasty tasty snack. Zombie bad for Stalker Tum Tum. The angry version of brain drainers. Absolutely. Absolutely. And now we have to roll for doors, which is going to start getting really interesting. Basically, we need a 1, a 2, a 5, or a 6. If we get a 3 or a 4, we're trapped. I just need to, because of the way the game works, a 1 or a 2 puts a single door ahead of us. A 3 or a 4 puts 2 doors out to the side, and we can't do that. A 5 or a 6 gives us 3 doors, which in this case only gives us 1. Sorry, it doesn't... No. Apologies, I've lied. And I need water. We're not trapped. Excuse me. Just a little something stuck in the throat there, chat. I do apologize, though. It's not that we become trapped, I don't think. From memory...
Right, yeah. So we can backtrack because we have unexplored locations. I really hope I'm hitting the mute button at the right moments, by the way, chat. And if I'm not, please let me know so I can make sure that I'm hitting the mute button at the right times. Um, Let me just quickly check back through chat. My hair color reminds me of Clementine from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Such a comfy color. I had such a weird relationship with that film because it had a lot of interesting points to make about love and relationships and the difference between love and lust and the difference between loving someone and loving the idea of them and things like that. But I also watched it in high school, and the high school teacher who made us watch it in class had a lot of really different opinions about the film to what I had as a kid, as a teenager. But I like the hair color. And yeah, when my camera is desaturated like this, it does make it look even more faded than it really is. But thank you, Cindy. I like that compliment. Comfy color. I think it is a comfy color. Um, yeah, I hate stock and throat voice loss. It's sounding cough free. Wonderful. I watched it like 7 times, and every time I discover a new way to look at it. Oh, absolutely. Especially when you realize that Daniel Radcliffe is in the film. Oh, blows my mind every time. Also, Cade Harlow, thank you so much for contributing 1,720 channel points to the Multiverse of Madness Battle Royale. We are now 93% of the way there. And if we fill that bar tonight, I will tell you what it is, but otherwise we're going to preserve the mystery. So, where are we? I'm going to... Definitely not Daniel Radcliffe. Oh, it's absolutely Daniel Radcliffe. It's got to be, right? Oop, my hat's starting to tilt a little bit too much. So we have to roll for doors. We want a 1, a 2, a 5, or a 6, preferably. And we got a 6. So we cannot put a door over existing cards or off the table, but it does mean that we have a door directly in front of us. It is the Queen of Spades that we move to. The Nemesis follows us into room 9. And we need to figure out what the Queen of... Not Queen... Did I say spades? No, I believe I was... What we have is diamonds. What I said is not diamonds. We have the Queen of Diamonds, chat. Do ignore me, please. Leave me alone. Diamonds. Diamonds are puzzles that hide secrets and challenge your wits. When you make mistakes, the rooms respond and they are unforgiving. When you explore a diamond location, check its entry and roll the die. On a 1, we do... Oh, this could become a dead end. On a 1, it's a dead end. On a 2, we roll again or backtrack. On a 3 or a 4, we figure a solution at a cost. On a 5, we get a solution. On a 6, we get a solution and find a hidden secret. And we are on the Queen of Diamonds. Oh. There is no Queen of Diamonds. There is no... Oh, red... Oh! Oh! It's a teammate! It's a teammate! We found a teammate! We found a friend! I forgot they were the court... All the red ones. I thought they were just hearts. We found a teammate, chat! We found a friend! I'm so happy! My question was about to be, what is it? We'll figure that out later. Diamond Spade are a Minecraft thing. Yes, they are, Australican. Yes, they are. We have found our best friend. We found our best friend as we step out onto the second floor mezzanine overlooking the mansion's foyer. Maybe we did go upstairs. You see a person running along the other side. They're being pursued by a group of faster than usual zombies. Before you can do anything to help them, a horde breaks down the door behind you, and you're forced to sprint away yourself. You both race towards the middle of the mezzanine, and as you get closer, you can see that it's your best friend. You both shout each other's name in relief as you run. You meet at the top of an ornate flight of stairs leading down to the lobby. More zombies are climbing up from there as well. You both turn back to back and steel yourself for a fight from all sides. It's brutal and messy and absolutely terrifying, but together you manage to put them all down. When it's over, you both slump down to the ground and sit shoulder to shoulder while you catch your breath. With them at your side again, you feel hope. Together you continue on. Add the skill Second Wind. Immediately heal to complete health. If you're already at complete health, gain Green Herb 2, then cross out this skill. So we gain this skill, and then immediately cross it out. I'm gonna put it in. I don't really have a cross out, so I'm just gonna use hyphens and hope we remember. But we immediately heal to full health, which means it's a great thing that I can't remove the tokens all the way from the board, because otherwise we would have been absolutely flummoxed. Now this is a Sven moment. This is absolutely a Sven moment. This is our best friend Sven. This may not be a himbo, a true himbo like that other Liam guy is, but this is our himbo. This is our himbo, chat. What was a time that your best friend saved you from certain doom? How did you repay them? What did we do to save Sven? Chat, how did we save Sven from certain doom, and how did they repay us? Women loving women, men loving men, solidarity. Oh, you know it, you know it, Dumbass Sapphic. You know it. This is our best pal Sven. This is our wingman. This is our buddy. This is our pal. This is our great big guy. Yeah, so he saved us. I don't know if I said that the other way around. He saved us, and how did we repay him? How did he save us from certain doom? Big Sven moments. What? Man with two hats, you seem to have an idea of what a big Sven moment is. What's a big Sven moment for you? Does this have to be an I.R.I.S thing? They are an I.R.I.S agent because they came with us on the chopper. They're one of our companions from the chopper. So they are a colleague of ours as well as our best friend. Found the ring at a wedding. Sven found the ring at a wedding. Is certain... Wait, are we married? As in, like, are we, Rachel? Are we married? Is our beloved our wife? Is Molly our wife? Yeah, fuck it. It would absolutely be certain doom if we lost the rings. Yeah. I didn't say it was your wedding, but could be. Oh, it absolutely is now. Sven, our best friend, our wingman. My best man at my wedding to Molly. A wedding that wouldn't have gone ahead if he hadn't helped me find the ring. Lost in one of my rare moments of disorganized chaos. Because remember, we are a chronic organizer. Without him, I wouldn't have Molly. Without me, Sven wouldn't have. Because we absolutely have hooked Sven up with his current bow, right? Who is Sven's current partner, chat? Maybe he introduced you to Molly as well, so double time. Molly helped Rachel out of a dark place and a place of doom. Oh, absolutely. A wedding that we couldn't have planned if he hadn't introduced me, Molly, in the first place. And which wouldn't have gone ahead. Who did we hook Sven up with? She flustered and panicked at wedding day. No, oh, you know that our girl Rachel Hall had a panic moment at a wedding, chat. You know it. You know it. Quick, chat, I need a name for Sven's new lover. Remember, we've got men loving men solidarity here, so I'm expecting some good mask non-binary names. Mask or non-binary. Mask and non-binary. Any and all of the above. Names similar to Sven. Fuck it. What is thebump.com baby name meaning? Sven's bow could be B. Hyper competent at work, lesbian disaster at home. We stand. Oh, you know it. Apparently the meaning of Sven is boy or lad. Love that. I love our boy. Similar names: Seven, Stefan, Evan, Irvin, Sylvan, Penn, Ben, Stefan. Stefan, but with a P, rather. Armin, Stephen, Evan. I like B, honestly, though. I think we're going to go with B. I think B is a good name. Just Google name meaning boy, lad, pal. Wait. Names that mean boy. 107 names that mean man? No, 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 no. I need names that mean boy, but close enough. There are a lot of names that mean man that don't stick out to me as very particularly masculine, but that is completely fine. No, I'm going to go with B. I like B. I'm making the executive decision that B, despite being absolutely masked, at this sapphic lesbian wedding, was absolutely referred to as a bride's gal. Making that decision right now, which means that B is okay with it, because I'm not going to make a character not be okay with that. Not at my own wedding, not at our own wedding. But we found them. We found Sven. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And now we have green... no, sorry, we don't have green herb 2. We have our health healed back to full. I'm so happy. We are still in the situation at this point, though, where is it gone? Here it is. We need a 1 or a 2 or a 5 or a 6 in order to proceed. Otherwise, we have to backtrack. And I don't like the idea of backtracking. So let's go ahead and roll for doors. Is this 2 memories for grit, though? It is now. We have 2 memories for grit. We have 2 distinct memories that we can use for grit. So that cocked up against the dice. We have rolled, chat. I keep rolling in the corner, but we have rolled a 1. We have rolled a 1. So we get our single door right here in front of us. The Nemesis moves up to 7. But we move on to the 4 of diamonds. We're continuing our diamond run of luck, which I do appreciate. So this is a puzzle. The Mosaic Room. A large 3x3 grid of ceramic tiles lies in the center of the room. The image, seemingly a portrait of the mansion itself, is scrambled, with each of the tiles out of place. A corner spot is empty, allowing you to slide the tiles around one by one. If you successfully recreate the picture, add wooden boards before continuing on. Okay, so we roll a dice to see if we are able to solve this mosaic puzzle. We're aiming for, hopefully, a 5 or a 6. I'll take a 3 or a 4 now that we've gotten a lot of our health back. We have gotten a 3. So after struggling for a while, we figure out a solution, but at cost, we take damage and describe how. I think that these are stone mosaics, right? They're ceramic tiles. I think absolutely one of the tiles comes loose, and while we do successfully solve the puzzle and put the pieces back, one of the tiles has come loose, shatters as we are sliding it, and slices up along our hand. It hurts like a motherfucker. It stings like a bitch. But Sven is here. And Sven, in true himbo style, tears a little bit of his shirt off and wraps it around our hand. So it hurts, but it doesn't hurt anywhere near as much as it could. So we do take 1 damage, but that's okay. Taking 1 damage in this instance is absolutely okay. It's fine. Shattered tile is fine. Hellraiser puzzle box mosaic? Oh, that would be so much worse. No. The edges of glass are designed to be sharp since Hell Mansion. That is also true. That is also true. But now we search for doors. Ooh, hey, second. Oh no. My Stream Deck is running out of battery, chat. Oh no. Oh no. on? It doesn't want to charge, chat. Oh no, chat. I'm going to need to solve this problem quickly before anything else terrible can happen. This is honestly, we have been streaming for an hour and a half so far, so this is a good chance for me to take a quick ad break. It'll prevent pre-rolls for a little while. It should give me just enough time to plug in the charger properly. If you don't want to see an ad, you just want to see a little be right back screen and keep listening to the spooky music, feel free to subscribe. You get ad-free viewing and a couple of emotes. Otherwise, I'm not going to be more than a couple of minutes. Make sure you grab yourself a drink and a snack while you're gone, if you dare. And otherwise, I will be with you presently. Indeed, Australia can. The stream deck has been drained of its soul. Yes. Indeed. Welcome back, chat. That did not take too long, thankfully. There was a charging cable right beside that actually worked. There was also a cable that did not work, and I have banished it to the naughty corner for cables that do not function. But now that we have returned, it is time for us to roll our dice for acquiring doors. And thankfully, we now don't really care. We have a free slot to our left as well as ahead of us, so any result on the dice will be fine for us to proceed. You came back to cackling, very satisfied. I'm glad that you are satisfied. I will give a good witch's cackle a try later in the stream, I think. Also, I regret to say it, but I extremely fuck with my vibes right now. The off tilt witch's hat, the dress that I'm wearing, the vibes of this spooky stream. I feel powerful in a way that I don't always feel when I'm on camera. If it weren't for the fact that this is literally the last day of October, I would be like this all the time. I'm genuinely considering going out of the house dressed like this tomorrow. Fuck it. Why not? Anyway, moment of little personal gender euphoria aside, let's roll to generate our doors. We have rolled in the dice cam a 2, which means once again we only have the one door ahead of us. Witches do be a gender, ultimate gender power vibe. Oh, absolutely. We have a card ahead of us, just the one. And while the nemesis chases us into the mezzanine foyer area, we move to the Queen of Hearts, which I think means we found another friend. I believe that means we have found another friend, chat. It's a red court card. Who is the Queen of Hearts? It's Molly! We found Molly, chat! We have found our beloved! We found our wife! We're outside walking along a rampart lining in the mansion's roof when your heart freezes. Down one level below, dashing through shadows in the dark, you catch the silhouette of a person headed for a dead end. You know unmistakably that it's your beloved Molly. The rampart shakes, the nemesis has found them, and they have no escape. You see a spool of cable up ahead. You don't have time to wonder at its strength or purpose. You tie it to your belt and leap over the edge. Sven, I'm sure you'll follow us. To your elation, the cable catches at just the right moment, and you swing into your beloved, grabbing them and barreling over the edge of their walkway. For a moment, time slows. Here they are, back in your embrace, with a look of shock, relief, love, and fear married on their face. The cable loosens, dropping you down another level, before swinging you back towards the mansion. The two of you crash through a window, and the cable snaps, dropping you onto the floor of the foyer. You share a deep, warm embrace among the shards of glass. Then you help each other stand. You feel a weight lifted from your shoulders, from your soul. Continue, you carry on. Add the skill, a reason to fight. From now on, you'll have the grit to turn and fight when encountering the nemesis. Oh, great. Because, yeah, until we find our beloved, something I don't know if I said earlier, we aren't able to fight the nemesis. We just run. Are we back in the foyer? I don't think so. We're technically still in a new room. How and where did you first fall in love with your beloved? What test of your love did you two ultimately overcome together? Oh, okay. I mean, we already answered that to an extent. We know how we met. Sven introduced us, but how and where did we fall in love with our beloved? Because I can absolutely see a world in which, a few drinks, Sven, it makes some introductions, Molly and Rachel have a fun time and start kind of like casually dating. When and where, how and where did we fall in love? How did we fall in love? I think we fell in love on the job. Because you need to kind of be in love with the job as well as your friends when you're working for I.R.I.S, I would say. I think it was both of us applying our skills, our incredible skills of research and apparently grit and determination against another form of supernatural horror. I like on the job at an amusement park, a haunted scoop. Absolutely, it is 100%. Chat, we can't just steal the plot of Scooby-Doo Mystery Island and replace Daphne and Velma as they were intended by the scriptwriters with Rachel and Molly. But also, we are literally playing the Brainiac, and I 1,000,000% believe that Molly is the kind of person who, 1, kicks ass, and 2, is nowhere near as dumb as she looks. We absolutely kissed in the Hall of Mirrors, 100%. We need a name for the amusement park, but I'm just going to start by the amusement park. The amusement park, funnily enough. We'd been dating a while when we were sent to PAP, the amusement park for now, out on some god-forsaken island, where the owner was embodying ghouls, is probably the best way to put it, with using park patrons and saving their souls for some kind of supernatural uplifting. An arcane ritual. In the Hall of Mirrors, that was the true test of the love we discovered while working together. Faced with funhouse reflections and distortions of ourselves, we had to grapple with the worst aspects of ourselves and each other before finally finding ourselves together in the middle. Welcome to Hello Kitty World becomes Hell World. Yeah, sure, you know what? Hello Kitty Worlds. HKW. The kiss we shared after shattering those dozens of twisted bastard mirrors. is one I'll not soon forget. We have another memory, chat, for another little bit of grit. And most importantly, we have our wife, Molly, here with us. We have our reason to fight. I am genuinely so happy right now. We've got our best friend Sven. We've got our beloved Molly. Surely Sven's partner is going to be around here somewhere. Surely Bay is with us as well, right? The fucked vibes of doing a ghoulification at Hello Kitty World. Those big concert light sticks as maces. Oh no. Anyway, we get to roll for room now. We get to roll for the next lot of rooms. So let's keep going. We've rolled a 5. I don't know if you can see it in the dice cam, but we've rolled a 5, which means that we generate rooms ahead and to either side of us. So we have a room here to explore, and a room here to explore. And I think at this point, as the Nemesis moves into 4, we can now safely, I think. I think we can move to the left again. So let's go ahead and move to the left. The 8 of Hearts is what we end up with. So let's go ahead, scroll up through our hearts to the 8. Did I say 8? As you pass by a poorly balanced bookshelf, it topples over, causing a loud crash. You freeze in fear, listening for movement nearby, but nothing seems to stir. A photo album landed at your feet. Flipping through its pages, you find twisted photos of smiling family members and scientists posing in front of restrained, grotesque human experiments. A note falls out, detailing the names and behaviors of a few monsters with hand-drawn portraits of them in the margins. Add the research tragic portraits. Take +1 on all Club Black Court cards. Oh my, so those must be big monsters. And that is our second research. Hopefully we don't need to drop any, because I think we only get the 2 research slots. But if we get to another one, I'll have to confirm it. When was a time you failed to save something or someone? How did your beloved help you process and respond to feelings of guilt and or sorrow? Oh god, what was a time that we failed to save someone, chat? Who have we failed to save? Or what have we failed to save? I'm tempted to go really... It was a witch? As in, we failed to save a witch? Like a good witch? We could do a good witch. I guess if in a world where there's supernatural... Yeah, in a world where there's supernatural things, I think a good witch would absolutely exist. We need to give her a name. We need to give the witch a name. We need to figure out how we lost... Witch who was implicated as being bad. Oh, that's even worse. The purity of Sanrio's corporate imagery. I beg your pardon? Who or what is Sanrio? Oh, right, the company that owns Hello Kitty. Gotcha. No, we definitely failed to save that, but that's not one that we care about. Sanrio is now the name of the witch, I think, because that's funny. That's funny to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget Sanrio. The one shred of proof I've ever seen of a supernatural good in this world. She was just trying to help. The whole time she was just trying to help. In the only way she knew how. Cryptic clues. Hackles. And curious questionable foodstuffs. By the time I found her journal, exonerating her entirely of the evils we encountered in Chicago. It was too late. My I.R.I.S companions had already put her down for fear of succumbing to some arcane anomaly. We found the real culprit, but I'll never forget Sanrio. It was Molly's idea to set aside her classic hat and a pumpkin pie each year at Halloween. And to make a day of remembering that we do what we do to protect innocent folk and to ponder a horrifying yet delightful concept: the supernatural good. As opposed to the show Supernatural being good. Because any show that lasts for 15 seasons and sends somebody to super hell for being gay is a bad show and should not be considered. I'm getting a little bit of a Studio Ghibli vibe with her. Oh, absolutely. Sanrio Sombrero. Sanrio Sombrero. We now have 4 memories as well, by the way. So we've got 2 grit that we can use. This is going really well, chat. Everything will be fine. Let's go ahead and discover rooms in our new predicament. We've rolled a 1, which means a room directly ahead of us. And as our nemesis finally catches up to where we found our beloved, we find ourselves on the 9 of spades. Flame traps. You see a flash of light before you feel the heat. You barely dodge in time. A cone of fire blazes past you. There's more where that came from. Spades are mansion traps that test our skill and dexterity. When we explore a spades card, we check its entry, roll a dice. On a 1, a zombie breaks through a window and climbs into the room with you. If you have any wooden boards, you can spend one to prevent this effect, so we can't do that right now. If you do not... Okay, so we don't want to roll a 1, because we don't want this room to be a dead end until we bar some windows. That would be quite bad. On a 2, we trigger the trap and it bars the way, so this is a dead end and we take damage. On a 3 or a 4, we take damage, but we get past the trap. On a 5, we disable it. On a 6, we get either a knife or wooden boards. So, let's see how we do. Whoop. We've rolled a 4. A 4 triggers the trap, injuring ourselves, but the way is now open. I think that the flame traps are set at different heights in the same way that a laser grid would be. So we pretend like the flames being spurted forth, lit fuel as it is, are lasers in a trap that we've dealt with before, where quick dexterity, fast moving, some ducking and weaving will get us through. And we do suffer some burns, because fuel is a lot less straight and predictable than a laser. So we take damage, but we do make it through. I'm really glad we're making it through. There's no dead ends yet, but we are now back down to yellow for our health token. And we roll for discovering what doors are in this room now that the traps are gone. Roll into the tray, Pixel, into the tray. That is... I need you to... That's a 5. It's a 5. So we have rooms straight ahead, to the left, and to the right. And as we've discussed earlier, we are going left. So as the Nemesis moves up into where we found that photo album, we move, to the Jack of Spades. That probably doesn't bode well. Especially because the thing that we have our research on is for clubs. So the Jack of Spades is probably going to suck supremely. Scarlet Head. It seems that one of the zombies you put down has gotten back up faster, stronger, and angrier than before. A new head has burst forth from the remains of its prior, this one bloodied red with glowing eyes that pierce the dark. Do be sure to put it down properly this time. Attacks hungrily, hastily, with sharp nails and sharper teeth. If you have flame rounds, you can use one to add +1 to your roll. If you roll does damage, Scarlet Head is instantly defeated, and the card remains on the board. If you defeat Scarlet Head without successfully damaging it with flame rounds, shuffle the card back into the deck. It may rise again. Oh my god. So how do we deal with these? Big bads are scary. So we roll our dice. Each big bad has 3 health points. On a 1, we take damage. On a 2 or a 3, we give damage and take damage. On a 4, nothing happens. On a 5, we do 1 damage. On a 6, we do 2 damage. So we don't have flame rounds, because I didn't realize that was a fucking thing you could find in this game. So we're just gonna watch what we roll on a d6 and hope for high numbers. And we have grit, so we can add +1. Let me just quickly check and see what we can use grit on. So we can spend it to re-roll a result, is what we spend grit on. So it's like inspiration. Scarlet Head. Okay, so let's go. Please give me I keep cocking the dice up against the dice tray, which is not particularly good. So let me just quickly roll that again. Fat Clumsy Cats, thank you very much for the follow. You've come in at quite the appropriate horrifying moment. We are about to fight a red-headed zombie, and I can't roll dice into a tray to save my life, except for when I do and roll a 6. Fat Clumsy Cats, thank you so much for the amazing luck that your follow has brought, because on a 6, we inflict 2 damage to the boss immediately. It has 1 left, which is awesome. I'm pretty sure that that's just Fat Clumsy Cats, as well as Sven and Molly, our 2 companions, our best friend and our lover right now, at our side. We all just unload our service weapons instantly into its head, because with zombies you always aim for the head, and against just one of us it might still be fine, but against 3 of us unloading, we are good. We are so good. So we roll again to see if we can get that extra. And welcome very much to the stream, Fat Clumsy Cat. It is lovely to have you here. If you aren't already aware, if you haven't been watching until now, we are playing The Mansion Incident, a solo survival horror RPG. You and I together, as you as chat, me as me. And we are currently fighting our way through a horrifying mansion, trying to escape with all of our companions, of which we have found 2 so far, which is good. I think we're a third of the way there. So let's roll our dice for our second go at the thing. Oh my god, we've rolled another 6. Chat. Fat Clumsy Cats. I'm so sorry. I'm going to keep stumbling over that until I get it through my head properly. We just keep unloading. Nothing else matters. We just bullet after bullet, round after round, tearing through this zombie, absolutely brutally putting Scarlet Head down. Unfortunately, not with flame rounds. So Scarlet Head can reappear later in this adventure. we have to shuffle their card back into the deck. It may rise again later on, but we replace the card that we're on with a new card and explore that one instead. So, first of all, I gotta put the card back the right way around. Then I have to put it in there. Then I have to hit this to hit shuffle, which it is now done. And we draw a new card in its stead. And we have drawn the... We've drawn the Queen of Clubs. Which is another Black Court big bad, if I'm remembering correctly. It is. It's Patient Zero. But, because we're fantastic, we actually have research on them. So we get +1 against Patient Zero. So that's good. That's good. Patient Zero, the tragic outcome of the mansion's first successful experiment with the virus. Her blood was used to open the door to even greater depths of evil, though her body has survived for decades in the basement of the mansion. The woman she once was has not. She's free from her confinement now, but restraints still lock her wrists together. Just don't think that she will prevent her from taking out a lifetime of rage on you. Attacks blindly, savagely, out of pain and misery. If defeated, she drops a locket key, which can be used to bypass non-court trap cards without rolling, which is good to know. And we're rolling with a +1 because we have a +1 against clubs. So we can only trade blows or greater. We cannot get a 1, which is good. I like that. So we've rolled a 2 +1 is a 3. So we deal damage to the boss but get injured in the process. We describe how and take 1 damage ourselves. So she's got 2 points left. We ourselves move our yellow to reveal our orange as we continue down the path of damage. In terms of how we do things, we weren't expecting to see her in this room after we had dealt so quickly with the redhead zombie. I'm pretty sure it's a matter of we were walking forward, slowly reloading our firearms, and we were, like, swung at savagely from out of nowhere, it seemed. So I think it's very much we deal damage by all of us start wailing back just with the guns in our hands, but we're still reloading, so we haven't got anything good going. So we smash into her, but she smashes into us. And we roll again to see how we go. And chat, we might need to get a new dice, because that is another 6. And I think just as we have done with the Scarlet Head, once we've reloaded, it's just absolutely pummeling rounds into Patient Zero until she too is down and out. That dice, balance test. Look, I don't do balance tests on my dice, but these dice I don't use for almost anything. I bought them because I loved the idea of them and I got them cheap. Because I do have the whole set, the whole poly set. But I don't actually like rolling them. They don't belong to any one character. And they just happen to be perfect little bloodstained dice for this game. So we'll do a balance test later, but right now, that's the last 2 damage we need to do. We've taken 1, but we have immediately put down Patient Zero, and we get Locket Key 2. So we can bypass any non-court trap, which is a spade, without rolling. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to our inventory, and we will move on. Oh, I know it's all in jest, Australia can, but honestly, I feel bad whenever I roll this well. That said, my players in my games on Tuesday and Wednesday this week will probably appreciate me getting all of the luck out of the way now. So we don't replace her card either, thankfully. She can't come back. So we instead move on to rolling to generate our doors available. Let's see what we end up with. We've rolled a 1. We've rolled a 1. So we get 1 door directly ahead of us. Just like that. and it's the Ace of Hearts. So we move forward, the Nemesis moves up, the Ace of Hearts. What is the Ace of Hearts going to do for us? On a blinking computer terminal, you discover a memo to Mansion security forces detailing weak points for experimental subjects. Add the research critical weaknesses. Take +1 on all non-court monster cards. When you first joined the team, what did the leader point out as your biggest weakness? How did they help you learn to overcome it or compensate? The leader pointed something out as our biggest weakness. Oh, 100% procedure. 100% procedural attention to detail, an inability to deviate from procedure, and they basically kept throwing us into scenarios where the procedures we had memorized didn't actually help at all, couldn't possibly help, until we learned a little bit of both resilience and ingenuity and spontaneity that we simply did not have. And I'm sure that that's something that Molly, our beloved, also absolutely loved. It's at this point that I do have to scroll up and check and see if we can take multiple researchers. It's not numbered in the way that inventory is, so I think we can just take that extra research as well. So that means we have a new +1 against non-big monster cards, which I am personally a huge fan of. Love that for us. The leader, Major Lieutenant. Absolutely, Major Lieutenant. Let's go ahead and roll. I'll write down our memory. Major Lieutenant. Absolute bastard that he is. Or so I thought at first. I spent all my weeks in academy training learning procedures and manuals by heart because knowledge is what helps save lives in tense moments, right? For weeks on end, in training and in the field, Lou put me in a never-ending stream of situations where procedure and manuals had nothing to say, or worse, where procedure conflicted with common sense and solutions. I learned spontaneity the hard way, and I'll never be able to repay Major Tenant for that. Thank you so much, Australican, for just coming out with some great names, by the way. Super appreciate just being able to smack those out immediately. So we've got our 5th memory. And now that we've done that, we've got our research, and we need to roll to generate rooms again. So let's go ahead and roll a dice. We DMs got to help each other out. Oh, we absolutely do. Stop. Okay, I've now rolled the dice on the floor. As I'm sure you're aware, chat, rolling a dice on a floor is not necessarily the key to success. It's not going to net you great die rolls. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. Oh, I absolutely love the pun. I love the pun. I love it so much. So let's go ahead and roll for doors. We have rolled, I don't know if you can see that, a 2, which means we have a door directly ahead of us, which is a problem because we cannot fit a card in the correct orientation ahead of us without overlapping another card, which means that we need to backtrack. It only connects if it fits in the slot perfectly. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't count. Yeah, so it this only happens if the card fits exactly. It doesn't matter whether the older location's already been explored. So unfortunately, we're going to need to backtrack. We count the number of locations between our token and an unexplored location to determine the distance. So we need to determine somewhere else we want to explore. I think we go and explore here. It's only 1-2 cards away. So we just need to, like, actually, yeah, no. We roll 2, right? We roll 2d6. It's only 2 extra cards away. So we can't fail. We can't take damage from zombies. We do have to run past the Nemesis, but there's no mechanic for that. The rules for backtracking say that whatever the result, we get to the location, and if we encounter, and if we fail that roll, if we roll less than the distance, we're surprised by a zombie and take 1 damage. So we are heading to this card. The Nemesis still follows us to our previous location, and we explore this card instead. We have the 9 of clubs in our new location. The 9 of clubs. The Lasher. It creeps along the ceiling, a massive quadruped of pink flesh and rippling muscles. Each of its claws is larger than your skull. Brain tissue bulges out of its head above blind eyes and a lashing, lacerating tongue. If you're slow and silent, you might be able to slip by undetected. But a floorboard creaks beneath your foot. You have its full attention now. It leaps at you. Apparently, if we're playing as the hot shot, we would take +1 against this monster. But because it's a club, and because we have that new research, critical weaknesses, we take +1 anyway. So, hopefully... Actually, no. It means we cannot possibly encounter extra zombies in monster rooms anymore. That's actually really good. Because it's possible to get a lot of zombies. So let's see how we do against this one. We've rolled a 4. You slay the monster, but at great cost to ourselves. We describe how, then take 1 damage. The location is clear. Against a Lasher, I mean, it immediately wraps its tongue around us, right? We creak on the floorboards. We're taking the lead. We've got a flashlight that we've, like, immediately smothered against our body. And it just immediately lashes its tongue around us. And if it's lacerating, if it's like a sharp tongue, it just immediately cuts into us. 100%, it immediately cuts into us. So we lose 1 health. We remove our yellow token, and now these are our dead health tokens down here, by the way. Isn't this affected by tragic portraits, making the result 5? No, tragic portraits is only for the court cards, and we're on the 9 of clubs. The Nemesis is back on the queen, because that's where we were earlier. But thankfully, we're good now, and we can move on to new and better doors, and brighter doors, hopefully. Exactly 1 more door, with a result of 1 on the dice. So 1 card. 35 cards left in the deck. We've got the 4 of spades. Of course we do. Of course we do. Of course we do. So we can bypass this with a locket key without rolling, but before we do, let's see what we're dealing with. 4 of spades. Spinning blades. An enormous spinning buzzsaw emerges from the wall and slides through the hallway lengthwise. Then another below it. Another above. A few steps further in and you'd have been shredded. The sharp blades repeat their paths rhythmically. Make no mistakes here. Yeah, no. Look, we're already halfway through our allotted health. We're 2 out of 4 tokens down. We've got our beloved. We've got our best friend Sven. I think that we point out where the key would go, give it to Sven, and Sven goes and just puts it in for us while we hold Molly for a moment and have a lovely little tender moment. So I'm going to go ahead. We've seen The Last Crusade. You've got this. Do you want to go... Okay, Okay, I think we should use the key. But chat, honestly, We're in this together. We're in this together. So we're going to go ahead. Do we risk the buzzsaws? Well, I was in the middle of typing a new poll, but in the meanwhile, chat, you've pretty much said, nah, Locket is fine, but maybe it's block the blades Last Crusade style. More than one way to bypass a mechanism. Okay, in which case... That sounds fair, that sounds fair. In which case, Sven does the Last Crusade thing for us with the Locket key, and he shoves it in. That way, someone is pulling in Indiana Jones, and also we use a key. Because I don't want to risk rolling. I don't want to losing. So we're down to one Locket key left. And we roll once again to generate doors. I've once again rolled the dice directly onto the floor. I stun myself sometimes with my brilliant chat. Oh. Oh. While I was down here, I found a flashlight. That's good. That's useful. Does Sven even have a fedora? No, Sven... Man with two hats has got it right. Sven absolutely has a beret. Absolutely has a beret. But yeah, I found a flashlight, so that's good. I don't know what I'm going to do with this flashlight, but I found it. I must have had it at some point and forgot it was on my floor. Let's roll for doors. We've rolled a 4, which means 2 doors either side. And as always, we will be going left. Oh, I forgot to move the Nemesis as well. So I've got to move it twice now. And then we move into the 5 of diamonds. Sven is a wanted fugitive in Finland? What has Sven done to Finland? What has Sven done to Finland? But no, we have the 5 of diamonds. Which is down, I think. Piano room. They had it coming? Oh no. Chad, is there some famous Sven who did something to Finland that I should be aware of? And did he actually commit the crime, or was he unfairly charged? I feel like we're trending dangerously toward... I feel like we're trending dangerously toward a thing. So I'm just gonna quickly... Sven, Finland... crime. Well, I googled it, and the things that came up are like Agatha Christie things, so I'm sure it's fine. The White Death of the Winter War? No, there's no way that that Finland would hold that against him. There's no way. There's simply no way. But yeah, so the 5 of diamonds, which is the piano room. A lonesome piano sits in the corner of a very dusty room. Examining the keys, you find that some of them are clean while others hold a thick layer of dust. Do you dare to play them? If you are playing the Prodigy, take +1 on the roll to solve this puzzle. If you succeed, add green herb to your inventory before continuing on. I picked Finland out of a mental hat of cold-ass countries, to be fair. Okay, so we're rolling on the piano puzzle. Let's see how we do with the piano puzzle. Oh, that's a 1, chat. That's a 1. I don't like that. We make a wrong move trying to solve the puzzle and the room reacts. Take 1 damage and describe how your error leads to harm. You make another attempt, but the puzzle is locked. This is now a dead end. And we must backtrack. That's okay. That's okay, I think. It's not, because we're taking damage. And now we can see the red token, and I don't like that. Pixel, no, we are not the Prodigy. Ignore Steam. I hate to break it to you, but we are in fact the Brainiac. We are not the Prodigy. So we've taken damage. I'm pretty sure what happens is we sit down to play a piece, and we think the sheet music is a perfect indication of what to do, and we've read sheet music before, we did high school music, so we go ahead, we get ready to play something, but we misread the music, or we misplace our fingers. And in either case, we hit a key that is definitely covered in dust, and the key kind of explodes out from the piano as the lid of it crashes down and a bunch of spikes come out. And while we can get the spikes back in, we can't get the keys moving again. I was thinking Fat Fingers. Fat Fingers is a good one. Yeah, I think it's very much the... We fingers no on keys. We do not piano well. This is now a dead end. And we cannot go there. So we now must backtrack. Thankfully, we can backtrack right across the hall and wind up over here, but the Nemesis moves up and is now right behind us again. Or we could go 1, 2, 3, we could go 4, we could run past the Nemesis again and head down here, but we need to roll higher than 1, 2, 3, it's between them, so we need to roll higher than 3 on 2d6. I think we can do that. I don't think we're going to get 2 1s on d6, so I reckon we backtrack down here. No. As much as we are clever, we're also scared, and that has probably fucked us up a fair bit. I think we actually do just run across the hallway, so... Let's go ahead and explore this one, see what we get. It's the 2 of Spades! Delightful. There's been a lot of hand damage. There has been a lot of hand damage. Spike Crusher. Once you step inside, the walls start moving. The space tightens, compresses. Spikes tear through the plaster. You'll soon be impaled or crushed or both. If you're playing as the Seasoned, take +1 on your roll to solve this puzzle. Broken tiles, spiky piano keys. Yeah, it really is targeting her where she lives. Chat, we are very badly damaged. I'm going to say we use our second locket key, and that in this room, putting it in the slot where it belongs and turning it results in the spikes shifting until they actually compress into each other and leave a safe, happy middle ground. And once that's done and the walls have stopped compressing, you can move around the room by, like, threading through the spikes, but the compression has stopped. I think it's the kind of room that you install where you run in being chased by people, you turn the key knowing that you'll be safe in the middle, but dancing around to get other people stuck on the spikes. So we're going to get rid of our locket key. We no longer have locket keys, rather. Is the solution a music box? Back in the other room? Maybe. In here, I don't think so. I think it's very much it's very much a key. But we get to explore doors. Damn, we need some green herb. We really do. We haven't found any green herb. So let's roll for doors. We've rolled a 1, so we get one card directly ahead of us. As we move into the room, the Nemesis moving in right behind us, and we... Fuck me. We immediately encounter the Jack of Spades. Which is... It's Scarlet Head again! It's Scarlet Head again. Oh, shit! Chat, I didn't realize down the bottom, the first time it's defeated, it drops Flammable Blood Vial. And we can spend it to immediately do 1 damage during combat without rolling. I didn't realize that we had that. I'm gonna add that to our inventory now. Thankfully, we've never had enough things to lose inventory space, so we definitely have it. Um, but Scarlet Head, again. Um, we need to shoot the hell out of the Scarlet Head again. Um, let's roll the d6 and see how we go. Okay, you can call it rigged if you want, chat. I don't blame you at this point. That's another 6. Sven, just like, yeah, so I found this vial. You think it maybe is important, yeah? Yes, Sven, it is. And by the time I take it off him and uncork it to take a look at it, the Scarlet Head is there. And they're shooting into it, and it takes 2 damage because we rolled a 6. Because we're just shooting into it again, and we roll again to see how we go. Surely this will be fine. Surely we'll take a hit this time. I will roll the dice on the floor is what I'll do. I'm gonna need to get a dice tower for the stream because I'm just incapable of rolling dice in tense situations. Okay, we rolled a 2. On a 2 or a 3, we inflict 1 damage but get injured in the process. I think very much it again, it comes onto us very quickly out of the blue. We're putting the stopper back on the vial because we don't want to waste it right now, and it comes onto us. It's on top of us. So as we shrink down and Sven and Molly keep shooting into it, we duck down. It bites into us. We take damage, but we save the vial. And we're now down to our last 2 hit points. The floor ghost is drawing the die to it on this All Hallows Eve. I mean, it definitely would. There are ghosts in my floor. Even if those ghosts are the spirits of my housemates who live in the rooms underneath me. But yeah, so because we don't have flame rounds yet, Scarlet Head once again gets put back into the deck. And we have to shuffle the deck. And we draw a new card. And we now have the 5 of clubs in its place. So now we're dealing with the 5 of clubs, which is another monster. It is the brain drainer. Oh, it's the brain drainer! We keep finding other monsters wherever we find this zombie, by the way, which is kind of a shit move. A body of legs, claws, and jaws, they wait, still and silent, to drop from above. A flicker of moonlight through the windows just revealed a horde of them clinging to the ceiling. Keep your head up if you want to keep your head on. So we get a +1 against monsters because of our research. So let's go ahead. I think in this case, chat, you know what I'm thinking? I keep opening Steam when I'm trying to open our character sheet. We have ammunition. I'm going to spend the ammunition, I think, to get another +1. Because we need to get at least a 5 to not be very close to dying. But if we use the ammunition, we only need to roll a 3. And that's a better than 50-50 chance. So I'm going to spend the ammunition on our character sheet. And we just need to get a 3 or a higher. 3 up. Let's go. A 3. Perfect. So on a 5, we slay the creature. We don't get anything cool, but we slay the creature, and we can now look for doors. A 1 or a 2 will not help us right now. We would have to backtrack. So let's hope for anything above a 2. That is a 5. So we get doors in all aspects, but we don't get to go ahead of us because that would go off the table. And as always, we are going to go left. He's just an undying party fiend. He wants to rave with his monster pals. Don't say that, dumbass. I feel bad for putting him down a second time now. But we move into the 8 of diamonds. I really love this repetitive play cycle, by the way, because it does get new and interesting as we go on. What did I say? The 8? The chessboard. Oh, this one we've got to be good at, right? You enter a room dominated by a massive, life-sized chessboard. Fuck yes! The pieces are arranged as if they were abandoned right near the end of a game. With enough effort, you can slide them around the board. If you solve the puzzle, add a knife to your inventory before continuing on. Okay. Surely we're good at this, chat. I'm just going to quickly check our skills and the like. We don't have anything that we can use in this instance right now. That's okay, though. His glowing red eyes are the party strobe lights. He needs to get lit. Anyway, let's go ahead and roll a 6! We've got it. You easily devise a solution. Plus, you find a hidden secret along the way. Describe how you solve the puzzle, and then add either green herb or wooden boards to your inventory. Chat, we're getting green herb. We're adding green herb to our inventory. We're getting the good stuff. We're getting the good herb. Herb immediately. We also get knife. We also get knife, which if we scroll back up, we're scrolling back up. You will remember from our previous discussions, chat. I definitely remember. I'm doing this for your benefit. I'm definitely not. Knives would let you prevent damage that you would take from a monster. And green herbs we can use to recover 1 full health token. So we're going to go ahead and immediately use that green herb. Because ammunition isn't going to help us right now. So we're going to recover our orange token. Just like that. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're taking basil. The good green herb is, as an Australian citizen, it is basil. Or it's a dime bag of oregano. In either case, it is completely fine. Everything is fine, actually. So we have our knife, we have our green herb, and we get to roll to generate rooms. Can we fit a card ahead of us? We can just fit a card ahead of us. Oop, I mucked that up. We can just fit a card ahead of us. So, oop, I keep dropping this dice. So a 1, a 2, anything would help us in terms of where to roll, actually. So we get a 4, which is 2 cards either side, but I'm getting the sense that we can't get one to fit there, so we're going back this way. Nemesis moving forward, and we reveal the 10 of Hearts. The 10 of Hearts. What do we get on the 10 of Hearts, chat? The Master Bedroom. Ooh, a little fancy. A lush, extravagant chamber. You find the corner of a book sticking out from between the mattress making up the bed. As if it were tucked away in a hurry. Add the research Master Diary. Take +1 on all non-court puzzle cards. Amazing! I love that for us. Character sheet. Research. Master Diary. Wonderful. What secret about yourself are you keeping from your teammates? What secret did the new kid entrust to you? Oh my. 6. What secret are we keeping from the team? Chat, I want to make this as traumatic as possible when we inevitably die. I have a terrible idea, and you feel free to tell me if this is too much. We are not the imposter. We are not Among Us. Molly and I have been married for a while now. Molly and I have been married for a long while now. And we've definitely thought about kids. I think, whether it's through traditional IVF or fun little stem cell research that as I.R.I.S members we get access to, or some other little quirk of fate. I think we are pregnant and we haven't told anyone but Molly yet. We told Molly, we couldn't hide it from Molly. But we haven't told anyone else yet. There is not a traitor among us. I don't think there is a traitor. Do we feel like... Is that a bit too far, Chad? Is that a bit too much? I don't think that we're a traitor, because I don't think this game has a function or an object for you betray your friends. I don't think it's meant to do that. It does change the I.R.I.S dynamic. It definitely does. Maybe pregnancy washes you out of the agency. Yeah, oh, actually, yeah, pregnancy would sideline me, and I wouldn't be allowed to work with anyone. So we've talked about it, and we've done it, but we were hoping to let me finish out my career in the field before becoming just a stay-at-home research monkey. Treachery bad as a mechanic, I'm saying it. Treachery's not bad as a mechanic. It is in the solo RPG, I think. So the diary mentions a bit about some family pregnancy thing, and Sven spots Rachel's discomfort. Oh, I think so. I think that Sven has definitely jokingly, half jokingly, offered to be a sperm donor, to the point where he probably went to like provide that he went to provide his services to a sperm bank at one point as a joke. He can't like, he never finds out his donor number because that's not how they work. But he has like joked about how I'm now in the pool, so if you ever do go ahead with it, there's a chance it'll be mine. Haha, as a little funny joke that maybe would go a little too far for some people, but this is our best friend Sven. Sperm donorship's the only chance he's probably going to have at raising a child in any way, so you know, it's a funny little joke. But Sven absolutely has emotional intelligence. Fuck. Sven definitely saw my flinch just now. I'm going to throw the new kid under the bus. Chat, we need a name for the new kid, and we need their secret. Oh no, chat, I know what it is. I know what it is. They're actually a kid. He's only 18. Ren's only 18. Way too young to have made it through the academy and into the field. But he's tall and lanky and deep-voiced enough. And a lifetime living in Montana definitely gave him the marksmanship scores to make it. This might be his last job, but we haven't found him yet. It could be his last job anyway. Ren absolutely fake ID'd. Does she think of them as important enough to recall the name of? Is she that haughty research bitch? No, he's definitely good enough. Oh, he's the prodigy? Oh! He could be the prodigy. We'll keep that in mind. You know Montana isn't keeping proper records. Oh, you know it. Montana sells rifles to 12-year-olds all the time. You know it. I hope we don't find the new kid, because Sven is going to tear him a new one when we get there. Anyway, we need a 1, a 2, a 3. Oh, no, again, we've got options anywhere we roll for our moving through the building. So let's go ahead and roll for room. We roll a 1. There's a lot of straight ahead rolls coming our way, so we put that down. We move the Nemesis up. And we found the red Joker, chat. The red Joker. Backup arrives. Your team's pilot arrives back at the mansion, but they're ready to bug out again. We have not found every teammate yet, so the mission isn't finished. The pilot can't risk your only transport being overtaken by monsters. They fly off for now, but leave you with a gift. Take 1 ammunition. So we take 1 ammunition, which is good for us. But we have to reshuffle it back into the deck and draw again. Which is unfortunate, but that's okay. They toss you that rocket launcher. Oh, you know it. You absolutely know it. Let's go ahead, drop that down. What do we find instead? Chat, you saw me hit shuffle, right? I'm pretty sure I hit shuffle, but I no longer trust myself, so we're just going to go ahead and do that again. Shuffle stack. There we go. 3 of spades. There we go. Now we're rolling properly. 3 of spades. Spade, 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 spade. The poison room. A noxious gas begins pouring into the room. It's airtight and filling up quickly. You're already feeling lightheaded. Move quickly. From memory, we have a research for that now. For puzzle cards and monster cards. We don't have traps yet. So we're rolling. We're rolling is what we're doing. So let's go ahead and roll. Now might be a good time for us to be using grit, by the way. We roll a 2, which is triggering the trap and it bars the way. We get injured in the process and the location becomes a dead end. We can't afford that. So we are going to use grit. We're going to take our memories of our beloved. I'm going to put 1x and our memories of Sven, because they're both by our sides. And we're going to roll again. 5. We disable or avoid the trap. The location is cleared. That Bestie and Sven. How does Bestie and Sven help out? I think it's Sven, who's already torn up some of his shirt, gives us the idea to use our shirts to cover our faces, giving us a few extra precious moments. And Molly has her head on tight enough that she's able to see, like, the patterns of poison coming in the room. She can see where air's coming in, and is able to block those up long enough for us to bust our way through a door. Sven definitely had been tear gassed before. Oh, we've all been tear gassed before. We all did basic training. We've all been hazed. So we get through that trap, thankfully, without damage. Now we need to go ahead. Roll for rooms. We get 6, so we get rooms everywhere. Later, I don't know if that's you leaving Man with Two Hats. If it is, thank you very much for coming and joining us for this spooky Halloween stream. I'll see you around in future. If you're just saying later to Buff Dude finding a reason to have his chest exposed, well, he can take just another part of his shirt off. He's now wearing a tasteful crop. One man's insurrection, another's party. So with 6, we put rooms on all sides. I I think that that's fine for me to do. If anyone has a problem with me slightly moving this dead end so it actually kind of stays in line with the cards around it, let me know, but otherwise I'm going to say that's fine. We've got 2 doors, straight and left. Nah, that's fine for the dead end? Yeah, I think so. We're going to go straight ahead, because that's as close to left as we can. The King of Clubs, as the Nemesis moves up behind us again. The King of Clubs, we have a +1 against. What's their whole deal? Titan, the perfected specimen, a hulking, efficient, superhuman monster of muscle and bone, a precursor to the Nemesis. It knows only what it's been programmed to know, and does only what it's been commanded. Today, that means stopping you by any means necessary. Titan has the skill Regeneration. After every 3rd roll, the big bad regains 1 hit point. If you have flame rounds, you can use one to add +1 to your roll and permanently remove regeneration. If defeated, drops Bone Sword. So long as this item is in your inventory, anytime you would do 1 damage to a monster, deal 2 instead. I want the Bone Sword. First of all, we get a +1 from having the things. We also have ammunition that we can use if we want. And we have a knife to deflect incoming damage. So let's go ahead and roll against the Titan. Roll number 1 is a 3, which goes to a 4. We trade blows and neither gain nor give ground. Fuck, can we use ammunition after we see the result? I don't remember. Inventory, death saves, foyer, items. Before rolling in combat. Okay, so we can't retroactively, that's the word. We can't retroactively say, yeah, we totally used ammunition. So roll 1, we do nothing. Roll 1 is neither way. Roll 2, I've rolled out of the dice tray again. Of course I have. Roll 2 is a 2, which becomes a 3, which inflicts 1 damage on the boss, but we get injured in the process. I think in this case we use the knife. I think we get the knife up and in between us and the Titan, and we do 1 damage, but we don't take that 1 damage ourselves. So we really want a 6 on this next roll. So a 5 or a 6 because we've got the +1. I think in this case we use the rocket launcher. I think Australican's absolutely right. Use the rocket launcher 100%. So we're going to take a +2, which means on a 4, 5, or 6, we end this right now. 4, 5, or 6. That's a 50-50 chance. Oh, that's only a 1 though, but it's a 3. It becomes a 3. So we inflict another damage, but we take a point of damage in the process, and we can't stop anything right now. We've lost our ammunition. We've lost our knife. Wait, no. Wait. No. It's good. We're taking 1 damage, but we still have the flammable blood vial. No, we had 2 ammo earlier, and then we used 1, and we got rid of it. And then we used another 1, and then we got this 1 ammo. But we have the flammable blood vial. In an absolutely ridiculous. It did technically come up twice, but I think I didn't hit shuffle, so it's just because I'd put it on top of the deck. So we only had the 1. I think we just put the blood vial in the RPG as well. I think we straight up just shove it in the end of the tube, aim, fire, and the blood vial shatters as the rocket hits. We take 1 damage from the back blast, but it does 2 damage, dealing all 3 needed against the Titan before it dies. So we stop it. We definitely stop it. And it drops Bone Sword. So we've killed the Titan, and we replace our blood vial with Bone Sword. We take that 1 damage, so that's not great. But Bone Sword. I think Bone Sword is really going to help us out when we get to, what's it called? The Nemesis. Sven, how many times do I have to say it, Rachel? No vials in the rocket launcher. Oh, you know this is definitely not the first time we've done that. Let's go ahead and roll for rooms. We've got a 6, which means rooms everywhere. Of course, in this case, that's just 2 room options. We're going to keep going straight, so the Nemesis moves up. And we get the Jack of Spades. This is the fucking Flamehead guy again, isn't it? This is the Flamehead guy. This is Scarlet Head. He's back. He's having another rave, which means that when we replace him, we're going to end up with a different monster. Okay. Guns. Bullets. So many bullets. So many bullets. So many bullets. Oh my... We have... with a 1, we take damage as it just, once again, comes out of nowhere and just bites us. I think this time it's on the floor, crawling around, and it just immediately latches onto our ankle. So we go ahead and we take 1 damage. We are really starting to not look good. Let's go ahead and roll again. Please be good. In the dice tray. That's a 6. That's 2 damage. That's 2 damage. It doesn't increase to 3, because the Bone Sword says anytime you would deal 1, you deal 2. But we get a 6, and we immediately, like, stomp our gun into its head. It lets go. We get up. We start pouring bullets into it. It's got 1 health left. Come on. Let's... Please be nice to me. It's another 6, chat. Another 6. We really are really fucking good at putting this thing down. But we haven't found flame rounds yet. So, once again, we put it back in the deck. We hit shuffle. And we replace it. So what do we replace it with? The Ace of Diamonds. I believe that's a puzzle, which we get a +1 on now. It is, it's a puzzle. The ace... Is it the ace? My short-term memory is terrible, chat. It's the ace. The lab. He's got the glow sticks going, base popping. Look, the costume budget wasn't where we wanted it. Send in the Scarlet Head again. If this were a movie, absolutely. You enter a pristine laboratory. None of the machines will turn on except for one, a large centrifuge in the center of the room. There are 3 vials of different sizes filled with varying levels of green liquid. A hand-scrawled note reads, Tower of Hanoi? Bullshit. Fucking awful puzzle. If you're playing as the Brainiac, take +1 on your roll to solve this puzzle. If you succeed, add antivirus to your inventory. The next time you fight the Nemesis, you may use the antivirus to permanently increase its starting damage by 1. The maximum starting damage is still 3. Ah. Yeah, the fact that we haven't fought the Nemesis yet is pretty baller, honestly. The window boarding thing, so good. I'm so glad we just did that. So let's see if we can get the antivirus. We get a +1 on this because we're the Brainiac. And we get a +1 on this because it's a non-court puzzle card. So... we really just need a... What do we need? Preferably, we need a 3 or higher. 3 or higher. I want a 4 or higher so we get green herb and we can heal. 3 or higher, we get the 5. So we take the antivirus into our inventory. We don't get green herb, but that's okay. We do the Tower of Hanoi. Nemesis, more like a Nemesis. Yeah, he's just trundling along behind us. He definitely is trundling along behind us. He's right there. You can see it very clearly. So we roll to generate rooms. 6, we got rooms all around us, and we've actually got the room for rooms all around us. And I think we go to our left, as always, the 7 of diamonds, as we move the nemesis up behind us. The floodgates. Deep in the basement level beneath the mansion, you stand in a cylindrical room on a floating platform buoyed by water. Several valves just jut out from a control panel, and the water level changes as you turn them. Another platform lies far overhead. If you solve this puzzle, add ammunition 1 to your inventory before moving on. So we've got a +1, so we're looking for a 5. So we need a 4+. A 4+ and we get the ammunition. A 5+ and we get green herb as well. 6! We get green herb as well. Good news. Good news, everyone. We get green herb and ammunition. Where is our character sheet? Ooh. Green herb and ammunition. We don't have enough inventory slots. No, or do we? No, we do. Because you get inventory slots when you get companions, right? It was somewhere up here, maybe? Dead ends, check for doors. The foyer. That's death saves. Inventory management. You gain additional inventory slots when you save some teammates and keep them as long as they stay alive. Okay, so only if it says that we get additional inventory slots. But while we're here, red herbs combine with green herb to yield 3 green herbs. We're getting rid of our red herb that I totally forgot about, and we're getting 3 green herbs. And that will allow us an inventory slot to have ammunition. And how many of those herbs are we about to use right now? We're going to use 1. I think we're going to use 2 green herbs, frankly. Let's get us nice and healthy. The water level lowers. The waterproof case had a load of pistol magazines and a med kit, right? Oh, absolutely it did. Chat, we're doing pretty good all of a sudden. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I don't like that we're leaving a lot of empty rooms. But that's okay. We're getting good. Let's go ahead and generate rooms. We're going to need to do a lot of doubling back. But honestly, because we're kind of following one path, we can pretty much double back, double back, double back, double back, double back. Like, we've got the space available and the quick room duckbacks available that I think we're going to be okay. I've rolled cocked by rolling out of the dice tray again. Generating rooms. On a 5, we get rooms everywhere. So directly ahead. And to this side. And to this side. I feel like that's a perfect space. If we end up going backwards. Let's go... Oh, no, sorry, it's not there, because it would be here. So it's not a perfect space. Good job, Pixel. Let's just put that back. I don't think it fixes the dead-end passage, no. I think we go... left. Which is actually going right from our perspective, but that's okay. The King of Spades... Which one's the King of Spades? King of Spades. The Mad Doctor. Once the lead scientist, the doctor that engineered the virus has fallen prey to their own hubris. They believed the virus had been perfected, that in its grasp so too would they be. They were wrong. Now mutated, stumbling, shambling forth as a mess of ever-growing tentacles, they wander the innards of the mansion. Their mind is gone, and only one impulse remains, to spread the virus, and they'll destroy anything that gets in their way. The Mad Doctor has the skill regeneration, same as the other king that we've dealt with so far. If defeated, it drops keycard. While this item is in your inventory, the top card of the deck is always face up. When you need to draw multiple cards, do not view additional cards beneath the topmost one. That's going to be pretty good when we get it. Let's get it. Honestly, we have ammunition. I'm tempted to spend it just to get this done. At the very least, to not get hurt as much, because we don't have a lot going. So I'm going to say we spend the ammo. So we're getting a +1 on this. They're not a club, so we don't get a +2. Just a +1. That's okay. We've rolled a 3, which becomes a 4. And a 4 is we trade blows, neither gain nor give ground. Okay, so we, unfortunately, do nothing on that first one. Second roll is a 6. It's a 6. We do 2 damage against the Mad Doctor. 100%. We only know how to do one thing, chat. We fire bullets, because that's what we've got with us. So we are absolutely spraying lead into the Mad Doctor, Rambo style, running around the room, trying to get vantage points, splitting up so he can't come after us. Second roll does 2 points of damage. We take nothing. Again, the sword doesn't make it 3. The sword only changes a 1 to a 2. So I had a nap, but now I'm back, y'all. Welcome back, TK Hubwell. We're currently fighting the Mad Doctor for our lives and for a keycard, hopefully. I keep rolling outside the dice tray, and the dice tray keeps moving because I keep moving it. Ooh, that's a 1. That is a 1, which I believe means we just take damage. So, the Doctor, the Mad Doctor, shambles over towards us, sweeping ferociously with barbs and tendrils, slashes us right across the face. We lose a point of damage, so we've got yellow and orange now visible. And at the end, it's the end of the third roll, so he unfortunately regenerates a hit point, so he's on 2 again. Currently on top of us. Let's see if we can fire directly up into the Mad Doctor. We've got a 3, which inflicts 1 damage, but we get injured. But because we have the Bone Sword, it becomes 2, which is exactly the number of hit points he has left. So we take him out. He's coming down upon us with tentacles and tendrils and pushing us into a corner. We just grab the Bone Sword, thrust it straight up, cutting through some of the tentacles, up into his chest, pull it back out again, and it kind of tugs the key card loose from his top pocket as he falls to the ground, dead. Unfortunately, we have taken damage. But fortunately, we have the key card now. And with the key card by our side, where was it? Here it is. Down here. The top card of the deck is always face up, as long as we have it. Which means that we get to go here. Who wants calamari? Oh, no. We get to go here and see what the top card... We get to see what the top card is on the deck. We get to see it. It's revealed to us. If we roll multiple doors, we still put it face down for the purpose of flipping them over. But we can see that it's the Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs rather, which would be Mr. Chainsaw. Which admittedly does look kind of cool, but we've been losing a lot of health again. So I'd rather avoid that if at all possible. I would really rather avoid that if at all possible. So, let's go ahead and roll to generate rooms, first of all. We've rolled a 3, which is 2 rooms out to the side, but we can't put rooms out to the side. We can't put rooms out to each side. We only get to put one here. And now that it's here, we have to close it off again. Which means that we have to double back. But that's okay, because we can double back to any of these other locations. I think we're going to double back to here. We're going to reveal this room. The Nemesis moves up behind us. And we reveal the 5 of Hearts. Okay. 5 of Hearts is... You notice something sticking out behind a tear in the corner of a framed painting hanging in the hall. You peel the painting back and find a blueprint stored behind it. Add it to your research and take +1 on all non-court trap cards. I love that, first of all, because I think that means we have a +2 to the trap cards now. No, we just have the puzzles, the court monster, and the court trap cards. And we have another prompt. What is your team's headquarters like? What's your favorite room to spend time in? Who on the team hangs out in there with you the most? This one, I think, is very easy to answer. This one, I think, is very easy to answer. Our headquarters is a lot like Raccoon City's police department. It's gotta be. If a bit more run down on the outside. Thankfully, the money we save renting a run-down old PD in Raccoon City, we use to fill my pride and joy. The pristine, perfectly organized, impeccably stocked research facility. Raccoon with 2 C's if it matters. It is. That's fair. I do appreciate the I do appreciate the reminder. Thank you very much, Australican. Impeccably stocked research facility. I spend almost every working minute in that room, and often spend more, given the person who shares it with me at work is the person I share the person, not parent, the rest of my life with. 100%. Molly and Rachel are in that room all the time. There is an offshoot to the research room that is the archive that stores all the VHSs of all the monsters we've ever fought or discovered. That room is lockable from the inside for no reason whatsoever. None. No reason whatsoever. So we go ahead and we generate rooms now that we have acquired ourselves a blueprint. And that blueprint gives us... What does it give us again? +1 on non-court trap cards. So, unfortunately, we are running out of room space again, because we're starting to come into circles. We've rolled a 1, which means we are going to have to duck back, running past the Nemesis. And at this point, I am going to check and see what happens if we dash back across the Nemesis, because I think I must have missed a rule. So that's the rule for backtracking. Here's the Nemesis. I've missed this, and we've done it once. We've missed it once, chat, but we have done this. When you need to backtrack past a room where the Nemesis is located, play out an encounter. So we actually need to fight the Nemesis. Which... I apologize for missing that rule earlier, but I'm now glad I checked. We now fill out the Black Joker. We now experience the Nemesis as we are on our way back towards one of these other rooms. I'm going to say it's this one, so that we've got more options for branching out, and also because we don't have to roll to avoid a zombie, we just hit the Nemesis. So we're going to end up here, and the Nemesis will follow us. But... we now deal with this. We have rescued our beloved, though, so we can ignore that. I thought that meant something. Hit it with the antivirus. Oh, we're going to hit it with the antivirus. You know it. You have rescued your beloved. That's it. You're tired of this mansion, of its monsters, of your never-ending fight from certain death at the hands of the nemesis. You're putting an end to it. With your beloved at your side, you grit your teeth and turn to fight until your last breath if you must. The nemesis has 4 hit points. Your beloved has 3. Horrifying. Roll. We're rolling to attack. If we roll a 1, it takes our beloved. If it rolls a 2, it uses one of its attacks on us. On a 3 or a 4, we do damage. On a 5, we do 1. On a 6, we do 2. We are going to use our I.R.I.S, which permanently increases its starting damage by 1. So if we encounter it after now, it's already taken 1 damage. So we're going to everyone keep that in mind. And now we're going to roll to fight the nemesis. And thankfully we have Green Herb, we have Bone Sword, and we have our beloved and our dearest friend Sven also by our side. Hopefully everything will be fine. We've rolled a 4. We inflict 1 damage on the nemesis, which becomes 2 because of the Bone Sword, and we get injured in the process. It is about to go for our beloved, and we charge in with the Bone Sword and put ourselves immediately between the two, as quickly as possible, as dangerously as possible. We take a point of damage, but the nemesis is now on 2 only. We roll again. Our beloved's still on 3 hit points. Us, I think we're also on 1, 2, and 3. We've got 3 hit points as well. The nemesis has 2. We roll again. We roll a 1. On a 1, the nemesis grabs a hold of our beloved, reaching around our back, pushing us aside. It grabs a hold of the beloved, taking 1 damage. Our beloved is now on 2 hit points as well. We roll again, spinning around to face it. Rolling a 2, it uses one of its attacks on us. We roll below, describe how, and then take 1 damage. So we take a damage in this situation, and we roll in the tray as it hurls an object at us. It has pushed us aside, grabbed our beloved, started walking across the room, and because I think it's fucking hilarious, they've also just picked up Sven with their other hand and thrown Sven at us, knocking us to the ground. We take 1 damage. Not great. Not great at all. We roll again. We roll another 1. It's taking another swipe at our beloved. It is hurting our beloved once again. Our beloved has 1 hit point. The nemesis has 2. Here we go as Sven. I don't think there's anything that we've got. Oh my god, no, fuck, we have nemesis tactics! Up to 5 times we can add 1 to a roll after seeing the result of the roll. We're gonna use a nemesis tactics to increase 1. We're gonna take another point of damage, so our beloved is still on 2. It's gonna do damage against us. It's gonna crushing stomp us on its way past. Which is not great. We're now on 1 hit point, but we do have a green herb that we're going to use right now. We're going to take a little green herb action immediately, healing us, keeping us in the fight. Both our nemesis and our beloved are on 2 hit points. Where are all the 6s that we had earlier? There's 1. There's a 6. There's 1 right there. We inflict 2 damage on the nemesis, swinging the bone sword wildly around, trying to cut off its limbs, trying to make it let go of our beloved. We cleave through the left half of its body, and thankfully it's right-handed and has our beloved on the right. We do not hurt her. We instead put the nemesis down for now. We remove the nemesis marker from the map and can now safely backtrack without encountering it. But it may rise again when we encounter the Black Joker. So the nemesis is off the map. We explore this room. The King of Diamonds. Another friend! Sorry, I was like, a big puzzle? No, 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 no. It's a red court. We get the King of Diamonds. Our mentor! It's our mentor! We're running down a long, tight corridor, something fast and ravenous on our heels. We can feel its tongue whipping by just a hair's breadth away from grabbing you. You can see the end of the corridor and door, and just before your shoulder slams into the door in the hopes of busting it down, it opens. You collapse forward into a darkened room. The beast on your heels leaps over you, similarly unprepared for the open doorway. Hands grip your collar and pull you back into the hallway, slamming the door shut. Major Lieutenant, our mentor, helps us up as we hear the monster beat relentlessly against the other side of the door. We nod a wordless thank you to them, and together we move on. We add the skill Steady Hand. When we're using the last instance of ammo in our inventory, we may re-roll the result once. So that's a great skill to have right now. We also gain an inventory slot. We have another inventory slot, just in time to not have anything that matters. What's the biggest lesson we've learned from the mentor? What do we most admire about them? Because we also now have grit. Be back in a bit, got to go shower and all that. Oh, absolutely. Please do go and shower, Dumbass Sapphic. Just because it's Halloween doesn't mean you shouldn't have a good bathe. I hope it's a nice shower. I hope you feel fresh, clean, and invigorated afterwards. Oh my goodness. Surprise. Because we're surprised to see our mentor. Surprise. The element of surprise. I'll never forget Major Tenant telling me the most important element is one I'd never read in a chemistry book. And I can hardly believe that it's surprise, a good ambush, is what saved me once again from certain doom. He's stoic, but he cares. Why else would he teach us? Why else would he have trained me so hard in the first place? It's admirable how hard he fights to keep up his battle-hardened, no cares given demeanor. But I most admire how much he cares for his unit and what he'll do for them. Their chief weapon is surprise, surprise and fear. Our two chief weapons are surprise and fear, and an almost fanatical devotion to the Pope. Amongst our weapons, amongst our weapons, amongst our weapons. Absolutely. Surprise and fear. Surprise and fear. You'll never expect it. But we have our mentor. We have now found our best friend, our mentor, and our beloved. We're missing the leader, the clown, and the new kid. And we now get to roll for rooms and move on. We've only got 18 cards left in the deck, so this is going pretty well. We rolled a 2, so we got one card directly ahead. Wait, isn't Lieutenant the leader? I thought Lieutenant was the mentor. I was pretty sure Lieutenant was our mentor. It was 5, so it would have been... Because I thought we learned spontaneity the hard way from that. I can scroll up and see if it's in chat still. Well, it was after the witch, so... Sven. I.R.I.S... Nope. I can't find it in chat. I can't go back up that far, unfortunately. We'll let him be the leader. We'll let him be the mentor for now. If it turns out that I'm wrong, then who's to say he's not both? Maybe the real leader is the mentor we found along the way. Oh, I'm so sorry. We also had a thing that lets us see what's coming up next, by the way. And I'm seeing the Jack of Spades as we place it down. So let's just take a quick look and see what the Jack of Spades is. Oh, it's Scarlet Head again. You know what? It makes sense. Fuck it. We're gonna deal with Scarlet Head. Let's do it. Eventually, we're gonna find these fire rounds. But in the meanwhile, as a fucking zombie comes out of nowhere, once again, and tries to take us apart, let's go ahead and deal with Scarlet Head. We don't get any bonuses right now to anything that it's doing. So we're just rolling a d6, rolling a 5, which does 1 damage normally, but does 2, because this time we're waiting. We're walking through rooms and we're cutting the heads off every zombie we see, whether it's already dead or not. So we're just mindlessly slashing, and the bone sword goes through, but not all the way through, Scarlet Head, who then starts rummaging back up off the floor. And I fucking hate this guy. So I point the mentor, Major Lieutenant, our Sven, our best friend, and Molly, down at fucking Scarlet Head, and we roll again. And we roll another 5. We just put the sword straight through. Like, they're cocking their guns, getting ready to fire, and I just swing down, knocking my witch's hat off in the process. But immediately taking care of Scarlet Head, who once again will go back into the deck, which will then get shuffled, and we will place down a new card to explore, which is the 3 of Clubs. What is the 3 of Clubs? It is a monster, so we get +1 against it, the Weed Walker. When the researchers first began their experiments, they were shocked by the sheer adaptability of the virus. It truly could infect any living thing and drive it to ravenous hunger. Exposed to various plants, an ivy-twinned carnivorous bipedal creature would eventually emerge. It walks like a person and attacks with roots and vines and thorns. It isn't fast, but it is relentless. And so we're going to go ahead and roll with a +1, because we get a +1 to all non-court clubs. And I'm going to roll out of the dice tray, apparently. We roll a 4, which becomes a 5. We just slay the creature. It's vines. It's a plant. We trim that shit with the bone sword. Whack, whack, immediately. It's a Weed Walker. We walk in with the bone sword, which I start jokingly calling the Weed Whacker, as I spin it around my head and then just start Beyblade dancing my way through the room, chopping off every vine I see. I think Molly has a moment where she worries that maybe we're starting to get a little too into this. And honestly, I'm a little worried too, but that's okay, because we're going to roll to generate rooms off of this one now. 17 cards left in the deck. We get to see what the top one is. 10 of clubs. We roll a 4, which means cards out to either side. I think we're going to go left, because we always go left. We get the red joker. We find an outside doorway, and we once again acquire ammunition as the helicopter has circled around again, seeing if we're ready to go. We've got 4 out of our 6, I think. We've got Beloved, Sven, Mentor, and we've only got 3. 3 remaining. 3 allies remaining. So we get given another rocket launcher, or at least ammo for the last rocket launcher, and he gets going again. So back into the deck, shuffle the stack, a new card comes out. It's the 10 of diamonds. It's Rachel's last mission. May as well make something of it. Leader, clown, new kid. Yeah, we need the leader, the clown, and the new kid. That's what we're looking for. The 10 of diamonds. The statuary. 4 marble statues stand under spotlights. Their faces, hands, and limbs appear wrong. Discombobulated, Frankenstein together. When you pull on them, they dislodge, revealing modular joints. Can you rebuild the statues correctly? If so, add 1 green herb to our inventory before continuing on. So we're going to go ahead, and we get another green herb if we get a 6. And we have a +1 to all puzzles because of our research into in the master diary. So we're looking for preferably a 5, but I'll take a 4. We get a 3, which becomes a 4, but when it becomes a 4, we take damage. So we take 1 damage as falling bits of masonry just collapse onto us. Like, we're grabbing up at these pieces of statue with our hands, hands that are still bandaged together with torn off bits of Sven's shirt. So we're trying our best, we really are, but we gotta keep holding on to things, and it's starting to build up. So we're gonna take damage, unfortunately, but we do gain another green herb. We gain a green herb. So that's good. We got statue slapped. We did. We got statue slapped. And we rolled to generate more rooms. Miss much stuff? We killed the Scarlet Head again. Convincingly. And we just got given a rocket launcher. So we have 1 ammunition. So, yeah. Our helicopter circled back around with more ammo for us. Rolling to generate rooms. We get rooms on all 3 sides, which means 1 ahead, which is the 2 of clubs, because we know from our research. And we also have this one off to the side. I think we just deal with the monster ahead of us, honestly. So we go ahead, we move into the 2 of clubs, because we get a +1 against it. Dog packed, swift, rabid, and somehow particularly heart-wrenching to observe. The security dogs that used to help protect the mansion are now roaming freely in packs, devouring any uninfected flesh they find. Think fast, you probably can't outrun them. Chat, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning on doing violence against these things. I plan on opening a door and letting them wander into a fucking pantry filled with salted meats. We got a 4, which becomes a 5. We slay the creature, which I think goes exactly the way I think. I think back to the mentor, waiting for us to run up to it, opening it, letting something run into the room, slamming the door shut behind it, and we just do the same thing to these dogs. We run them into a pantry, the pantry is full of preserves, and we close the door, shove an expensive wine rack up against it, knowing that they're safe in there for now, and fed, hopefully, and most importantly, knowing that we can continue. Which we are going to do. We are going to roll for rooms. We get to see what's ahead of us. Chat, the room that would be ahead of us is an ally. It's an ally, chat. I can hear them. I can hear them talking on the other side of the room. It can't go there. It can't really go there, which is fine. It goes in here. We found the King of Hearts. We have found the King of Hearts. I think that's our leader. It is. It's our leader. Who is our leader, chat? The door leading down to the basement slammed shut and locked behind you as soon as you stepped past it, and now there's a faint scratching sound emanating from the darkness below, a slithering. Your hand finds a metal drawstring hanging in front of your face and you pull it. A light bulb sputters to life, revealing hundreds, thousands of snakes falling from holes in the walls. As they fill the ground and advance up the stairs towards you, a hand juts out from a vent above you, and then a head pops out. It's the leader! We need a name for the leader. General Wilson Goods, absolutely. General Goods, the store, perfect, 100, perfection. 9. I'm gonna put General Wilson Goods in brackets so I remember it. They congratulate you on staying alive this long and help you climb up into the vent as the cacophony of slithering crescendos beneath you. Together, you continue on. Add the skill Master Tactician, +1 on all trap rooms, which stacks with other benefits. Wonderful. Also, gain an inventory slot. Absolutely, I will. When was a time that the leader embodied true leadership? How do they express their pride in you specifically and in the team as a whole? Seeing General Wilson Goods in a vent above me reminds me of all the other times our I.R.I.S unit has encountered tight spaces, cramped quarters, and an otherwise insurmountable task. Wilson is always at the front, always putting himself first in the hole, always ensuring that we, as a unit, are protected behind him. Team nickname CQB. There's a reason we call him CQB. I like to think that he expresses his pride in me by always ensuring that there's at least another well-proportioned protector between me and another exposed flank. Sven and I are good friends, no doubt, but we're joined at the hip on missions because the general couldn't go any further forward without knowing that his, not prized, but his favorite researcher is covered. The fact that he lets the rest of the team help cover each other and constantly coordinates our marching orders is what shows his faith and pride in us as a whole. We have 9 memories, by the way. I keep forgetting that we have grit. We have so much grit now. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 3 grit, and we're about to get another one. And we have our leader, which is fantastic. And we generate rooms. 12 cards left in the deck. 1. It's a room right out ahead of us, which we can see ahead of time. It's the Ace of Clubs. It's a monster. Bucket. With the leader ahead, with Sven behind, with my beloved by my side. Who else have we got with us again? And with Lieutenant, and with my mentor at my other side. We just move forward. Confident. Bold. Assured. And the Ace of Clubs. A zombie. Of course, many different kinds of people inhabited the mansion before the incident. Chefs, security, servers, cleaners, guests, and an expansive extended family. Whoever they were before, it's all the same in one way now. They're dying to scratch, bite, and devour us. One is sneaking up from behind right now, but Sven, put there by the leader, is ready to take control of that situation. We're going to go ahead, and we are going to, with our +1 against monsters, we're going to roll, hopefully, a 4+. We roll a 2, which becomes a 3. We slay the monster, but at great cost. Sven is good. Sven is very good at what... Actually, no, fuck it. We're going to use a grit. It doesn't make sense that Sven is good, but not that good. Hell no. We put down the Nemesis earlier. We're doing good. I think we put Major Lieutenant. We're going to cross out Major Lieutenant. And we're going to cross out the memory we had recently with Sven when he noticed that we were keeping a secret. And we're going to re-roll. Because we can do that. And before we re-roll, chat... No. We're not going to do anything else. We're just going to re-roll. Sven just was reunited with CQB. He's feeling confident. Exactly. A 6. Perfect. We slay all creatures and we find either ammunition or wooden boards. I say we find ammunition. We've got ammunition to spare now. We are good to go. Sven just turns around and fires once. Single shot right through the head. That's how you deal with a zombie. It's how we've dealt with Scarlet Head every time they've come up. It's how we're dealing with things now. We are good to go. We are good to go. Let us roll for doors, knowing that the 6 of spades is ahead of us. We get a +2 against spades, so we might just deal with that when it comes up. 5. We get on all sides. We've got 1, 2, 3. Let's deal with the spade, because we know it's there. We get a +2 to this from our research and our new skill, thanks to the leader. So when we're dealing with spades, we are looking for preferably a 3 up. 3 would get us to 5. A 4 gets us a bonus. We only get a 2. How do we only get a 2? How do we only get a 2? How do we only get a 2? That doesn't make sense. It becomes a 4, but it means that we injure ourselves. What is the trap? It's the 6. It's a 6 of spades. Lights go out. Do not... Oh, sorry. Never mind. I forgot to read the card first, chat. I was too excited. Do not roll. For a 2-card radius, this card, those touching it, and the cards touching those, we must move through the dark whenever moving through this space. We may add a marker to those cards to indicate the effect. When we are in the dark, we roll 2d6 whenever rolling and take the lowest result. Unless we have a flashlight, which we don't have. Chat, there's going to be a brief moment while I just remove the screen and edit the room table to add markers for the lights being out. Edit collection. Lights out markers. Let's use black marbles for that. Sure. Okay, so it's this card. I've got black marbles down here. It's this card. It's any card touching it. And any card touching those cards. So it's in here the lights are out, and as we move through them, bad things happen. You may immediately search for... Oh, we can immediately search for doors, though. New connects within a 2-card radius still remain in the dark, though. So we immediately search for doors, but 2 more cards ahead of us are still going to be in the dark. 3. So there's cards left and right. There's only the option to do left. The right one is already there. I would say that's a perfect connection. And we got to figure out what it was ahead of time. Because, again, we can see what's on top. I think we will leave that spade for now. Because that's invisible razor wire. I reckon we leave that one for now. So we'll put that back across, because there's a chance I'll forget about it later. I think we move into this one. Which might also have been a trap that we looked at earlier, frankly. I don't remember. It's been fun, but I'm going to have to take care of real life, then go to bed. Thanks for the journey through the mansion. May Rachel and her team be reunited in full, getting an airlift out heroically at the end of a rope ladder. Thank you so much for joining Australican. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your wonderful input and advice. You have been instrumental to our success so far. Be well, sleep well, and have a wonderful day tomorrow. Enjoy the first of the non-spooky month when you get to it. Chat, we're going to go ahead and explore this one here with the lights off. It's the 9 of diamonds. So we're going to be in here now. 9 of diamonds. Did I just hit open on a different thing? I think I did. I think InDesign is about to try and open. Looks like it, yeah. Close InDesign. Portrait room. Along... Dang it, InDesign, I was about to read that. Go away. Go away, InDesign. I don't like you right now. A long hallway is lined with ornate painted portraits, presumably heads of the family managing the estate over the years. The styles of hair and dress depicted indicate a long history, though the portraits seem out of order. From the markings on the wall, you gather that their order had been rearranged recently. If you solve the puzzle, add ammunition 1 to your inventory before continuing on. So we have to roll twice and take the lowest, but we get a +1 because we have the diary from earlier. So, we're either... Okay, so we've got the lowest we're going to be able to get, so it doesn't really matter what I roll now, because it's going to be a 2. I rolled a 1 twice in a row, chat. I rolled 2 1s. So it's definitely a 2. We lose our nerve or can't figure out a way through, either roll again or backtrack. So we're going to roll again, rolling twice and taking the lower. That's a 3rd 1 in a row. So we'll roll again. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, it is. It's still rolling again or backtracking. Because we got the +1. Thank God this can't possibly become a dead end. Rolling twice. Okay, so now it's a 3 or a 4. Taking damage or succeeding. As long as I don't roll a 1, that's what we'll get. I rolled 2 2s in a row. Okay, so we're going to take a damage. We paper cut ourselves on the portraits at this point, frankly. But we are able to continue. So we solve this one. And now, we get to search for rooms. I just want to see if we get to go above us. We do not. We do not get to go directly ahead of us, because it's already explored. So, we kind of decide where to go at this point. I think maybe... Actually, we can see the card ahead of... Ooh! I just remembered we can see the card ahead of us, chat, and I revealed it. And the card ahead of us is going to be the Nemesis again. So, you know what? Let's backtrack. Let's backtrack out of the darkness. Let's backtrack to here. So we can backtrack without needing to roll to avoid the zombies, because it's only 2 away. Let's backtrack into the 10 of clubs. Let's deal with a monster. We're going to get a lot of these monsters out of the way, I think. Nope, I went past the monsters. 10 of clubs. Amphibious predator. You hear the dripping of water. When you see it, its wet, scaly skin glistens under the moonlight, like it just emerged from a swim. It stands on 2 muscular legs, moving in sprints and bounds. Its claws rend wood and metal alike. Massive jaws unhinge to expose rows and rows of serrated teeth before clenching shut again. The near-perfect predator on land and in the water. You stand perfectly still, observing it. But stillness won't save you. It's noticed you now, and it will stop at nothing to hunt you down. That's all well and good, but we've got a +1 on clubs, and I also think we have ammunition. We do. We have ammunition. I'm going to go ahead and say let's spend ammunition to get another +1. And let's roll with a +2, shall we? A +2 means that we realistically need a 3 to avoid damage. We got a 2. So we're taking damage, which is unfortunate. We're now down to red. But we do take care of the monster. It's now dead. It's now gone. Unfortunate. That sucks. I'm pretty sure it definitely tries to take a chunk out of our abdomen. I don't like metal jaws. I think it just takes a huge chunk out of our abdomen, meaning that pretty much at Molly's insistence, we take that green herb, recover a health token, we're back up to orange, but also, youch. That's not great. We get to search for rooms, though. So let's go ahead, roll a d6, we'll search for rooms. We've got a 3, which means rooms on either side of us, which means The Nemesis, I'm going to put in this dead end here, and this card we don't get to see until we explore it, and then we're going to explore this card. And now we know where the Nemesis is. We explore the Jack of Diamonds. Oh my god, this is perfect. We explore the Jack of Diamonds. We're going to get our 10th memory, because I think this is the new kid, maybe. The new kid. It is, it's the new kid! When walking past a large armoire, a hand reaches out and pulls you in. You're ready to fight until the person inside shushes you. They squeeze your hand, it's clammy, shaking. Even in the dark enclosure, you know it's the new kid. They've just recently joined the team, and they're a bit younger than everyone else. More than a bit younger. As we determined earlier, they're 18, which means they were below the age of responsibility when they joined the academy. This isn't their first mission. When it's very early in their career, you comfort them briefly, and then lead them out to demonstrate that the room is safe, and together we move on. We add the skill Fresh Eyes, taking +1 on all non-court puzzle cards, which stacks with other benefits. We've got a very big character sheet at this point. How did you initially welcome the new kid onto the team? How did they express their gratitude? When Ren joined the team, lanky and fresh as can be, some of the team treated them as a weakness, something to overcome. They weren't the strongest, but they weren't the dumbest. They weren't the strongest, but they weren't the worst either. And I took them into the research lab and taught them everything I could to help them get by. They expressed gratitude by sticking up for me in debates about where to go drinking and other minor squabbles in the team. There are other minor squabbles in the team, for sure. But it's hard now to think of that as anything less than unbridled excitement at the thought of using a fake ID to try as many beers as possible. So that's the new kid that we've got. We get to explore the area that we're in, filling up this table very quickly. We get to see what's up next, which is the 6 of diamonds. And we've got to roll for a room. We roll a 2, so it's directly ahead of us, the 6 of diamonds, and given that we now have a +2 to dealing with diamonds, I think we just continue straight ahead. 6 of diamonds, emblem door. You're blocked by a massive slab of stone. There is a relief in the center, an empty space where something might be placed. Do not roll. If you have the stone emblem in your inventory, you can move the slab and continue onwards, discard it afterwards. Otherwise, you're not able to pass and must backtrack. And we add red herb to our inventory if we solve it. Okay, so we're going to leave the emblem door there. And we're going to backtrack to this room here. Which is the... It's the Jack of Hearts! Is that all of them? We've got both queens, we've got both jacks, we've got both kings. That's all of them! We've got everyone! We've got everyone, chat! We've got everyone! We've got our entire crew back! Jack of Hearts, the clown. You step into an ornate ballroom and find it in absolute chaos. Someone is swinging from a hanging chandelier by one arm and knocking back shuffling zombies with a golden candelabra. They're shouting, "On guard!" as they swing. You know immediately that it's the clown. Only they could manage to wring fun out of such a desperate situation. You rush forward and help them take out the remaining zombies. They assure you they had everything under control, but when they hop down from the chandelier, they hug you and whisper sincere gratitude into your ear. Together, you continue on. Add the skill Silver Lining. The next time you would lose your last instance of health, skip the damage. Oh my goodness. That's actually really good. That's a skill. Goes here. What is your favorite memory of a time the clown lightened the mood? What surprising thing brought out a more serious side to them? I'm just on a roll at this point, chat. I'm just on a roll. This is genuinely the best news that we've had in a while. I'll never forget the time the clown spent body hopping, their soul unbound, back on Hello Kitty World Island, bouncing between empty vessels, uncertain of how to get back to their own. It felt weird watching so many people have their bodies temporarily host our greatest Joker. But it was proof that they were savable and pretty funny to boot. I was shocked when they too became quite dour and almost inconsolable to learn that the witch from our earlier missions was in fact fine all along. A good supernatural being, worthy of our protection, who had instead received our worst. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Never let that happen to me or anyone else ever again." I have to wonder if maybe... Who is our clown? We need a clown name. We need a good clown name. Clown name generator. Because it'll be his, like, call sign, his nickname. Goofy, Buffo, Bon Bon, Boom Boom, Spark, Squishy, Aggie, Shorty. I love Shorty. I'll never forget the time Shorty. I have to wonder if maybe Shorty is arcane in nature, drawing laughter from a deep well of supernatural magics. Whatever he is, it's damn good to have him back. All of us together again. Let's get out of here. We get to roll to explore rooms, but because of where we are, there are no rooms we can explore. So we're going to double back quickly as we can, room by room, place by place. This one is the Ace of Spades, which is a trap, I believe. The Bell Tower. A tall spire filled with heavy metal bells. Some hang perilously on tired ropes, heavy enough to crush you if fate turns sour. Or worse, they might ring out announcing your location to the mansion's many hungry creatures. Special rule, on a 1 or a 2, search the deck for the Black Joker and play it, following the rules for that card instead. The Nemesis heard you. But, that said, we have ammunition, we have grit, we also have a +1 to non-court trap cards from the blueprint, and we have a +1 from Master Tactician. So it's not possible for us to summon the Nemesis right now, because we're rolling at minimum a 3. This is great. We are going to make it out of here. We just have to find somewhere for the helicopter to land. We've rolled a 3, which is a 5 with a +2. So we're fine. We're checking for rooms. we've got to go somewhere we can actually progress. We need to be able to progress. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to need to roll 2d6 and get a 5 or higher, or take damage from a zombie. But I think 2, we only need a 3 now. We got a 4. We definitely have enough. Let's double back to this empty space here. 7 of spades. It's another trap to which we get +2. Experimental menagerie. The room where animal subjects were kept for experimentation. When the virus broke out, anything left dead or alive in the mansion turned, and this room became a twisted zoo. The noises are vile and gut-wrenching, scratching, hissing, pounding senselessly against metal cages. Tread lightly and move quickly, lest something breaks out. A special rule: on a 1 or a 2, which we cannot roll, we would take the next club, which is a monster, and put it on top, take damage, and have to reshuffle the deck. But we can't roll a 1 or a 2. Like, the minimum that we can get is a 3. So, we got a 5, which becomes a 6. So we take a knife or a wooden board in our inventory. I'm going to take a knife, which will allow us to avoid damage moving forward. We get to ignore damage from a monster. And we're going to go ahead and search. We need a 1, 2, 5, or 6. Actually, no, we can get a 3 or a 4, and that would work too. So let's generate rooms. We get to see what's on top, which is a 4 of hearts. And we get 3 things. So we get this one, which we'll put straight ahead. And this one, which goes off to the side. Pixel needs a new pair of shoes. I do need a new pair of shoes. I actually do. Because I've discovered how much I love goth boots, and I need another pair of goth boots. Especially now that I have a witch's hat. Witchy goth. So we're going to go ahead and leave the 4 of hearts. We're going to explore this one that we haven't got. The 2 of hearts. So, the 2 of hearts it is. The 2 of hearts is going to give us... You enter a room filled with monitors. Some of them still work, displaying closed-circuit camera footage from around the mansion. You get a better idea of the layout and how to lose a pursuer. If the Nemesis marker is currently in play, remove it from the map. Anytime you pass through this room, you can remove the Nemesis marker from play. I mean, we've basically shut the Nemesis completely out already. We put them down, and we know where they are from earlier. We didn't explore the room that we knew had them in it, so we're good. What was the time the mentor helped you see the bigger picture regarding a difficult situation? How did you help them appreciate the finer details? So we get a new memory, which is great because we're going to have so much grit now. And our mentor is Major Lieutenant. That's who it is, yeah. Lou's constantly taking me out of my panic attack spirals by helping me see the bigger picture. Showing me how I'm just one part in a well-oiled machine that chugs alongside me as we go about our day-to-day activities. I help Lou appreciate the finer details, exposing him to new music, food on our days off, and leaving a never-ending stream of book and movie recommendations in the form of poems and VHS tapes left on his desk. I gotta get ready for work, TTYL. That's entirely fair and valid, TK Hubworld. It is lovely to have you as always, TK. Chat, if you aren't already following TK, you should follow TK yourself as they're leaving. I'm gonna go ahead and give them the shout out, because I can do that. TK is an amazing streamer who does a lot of wonderful video game plays while talking about autism and neurodivergency. They're an incredible advocate, a very passionate speaker and educator on the topic, and their streams are always a thing of joy and beauty. Unless they're playing the one Spyro game that they hate that I love, in which case it is... Honestly, it was eye-opening to see that, not as a child. I'm not gonna lie. I've come around to your opinion. So chat, if you aren't already, please do give TK Hubworld a follow, and we'll check out their next stream. We often raid into TK after Tabletop Tales on Sundays, so we always like to keep an eye out for TK and see what love we can share. Thank you so much for being here, TK. Have a wonderful night. I hope that work tomorrow is good for you. Where are we in our game? We are here. So on a 3, 4, 5, or 6, we can explore and put a card here, maybe? No, it's not going to fit. We do get to see what the next card is. Oh my god, there's 2 cards left in the deck, chat. There's 2 cards left in the deck, and one of them is the fucking Scarlet Head. We still haven't found flaming ammunition. We need to explore somewhere that has explorable space. I'm thinking we come down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to roll above a 4 on 2d6. We've rolled a 6 on the first one, so we're definitely good. We're going to explore the 6 of clubs, which is a monster, but we've got +2 against monsters because of all the cool stuff and people we found. Gregor. You're caught off guard when you hear the whisper of a name you don't recognize. A survivor, you think. But when you turn the corner, the massive insect-like creature that greets you is beyond saving. Gregor, it whispers. Gregor. That might have been its name once, but as it lashes out with scythe-like appendages, the only mercy you can offer now is a swift death, and with a +2, the minimum that we can do is kill it and take some damage. So let's go ahead and roll. We're looking for at least a 4. At least a 3. A 3 gets us out without injury. Ever since we've picked up the +2, we keep rolling low enough that we're still taking damage. So we slay Gregor with gunfire from all 6 of us, but we do take damage, revealing that we have but 3 hit points left. But that's okay, we get to generate doors. Hopefully we get a 3, 4, 5, or 6 on this. We've rolled a 3, which means that we put a door out to the side, which is the Scarlet Head, and we do not have to explore it. We can go back. And on top... The last card in the deck is our way out. So we just have to go somewhere where we can explore to get it. I think we're coming all the way back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to roll above a 5 on 2d6 and explore one last room, and we escape, chat. We might actually make it out of the mansion incident. We've rolled a 6 on the dice again, so we just go straight there and explore the 7 of Hearts. 7 of Hearts. 7 of Hearts gives us... In a neat, organized office, we find a working flashlight on a desk. Add it to your inventory. As you turn to leave, a blank wall slides away to reveal a one-way mirror. On the other side, you see a person bound to a chair in an interrogation room. They're shaking, frothing at the mouth, turning irreversibly into a monster. You're safe from them, but your spirit trembles watching their humanity slip away. Why did you initially decide to join the team? Have your ideals held fast, or have you let any of them go? How has that affected your view of yourself and the team? It's fitting that our last prompt would deal with our humanity and our reasons for joining. I joined I.R.I.S to help. That's why anyone joins any organization dedicated to fighting evil. Cops become cops. To help, at least at first. At least for most of them. Paramedics, firefighters. doctors, nurses, they all do what they do to help people. All I've ever wanted to do was to put my brains into action against the great ills of the world. I wasn't cut out to be a cancer researcher, but my background in virology certainly helped me get into I.R.I.S. My research has helped me put an end to all manner of supernatural evils. I found love, I found friends, and all that I.R.I.S. has done is strengthen my resolve to help. It's why I lied about, well, it's why I concealed my pregnancy right before this last job. I needed to help one last time. Out in the fields, having a direct impact. Like nobody else on this earth ever has. My team and I are infallible, especially when we work together. 1, 2, 5, or 6 gets us a place to put our helicopter landing pad, because it can fit here or it could fit here, chat. And we have so much grit to re-roll until we get it. 2. Red Joker out in front. The Nemesis well behind us. We draw the Red Joker. We have found every teammate. We found the team, survived the horrors of the mansion, and made it to our escape. Did we make it out together, or were there losses along the way? As we head back to the city, none of our team lost. Reflect on what we've learned about ourselves and our connection to our team, our strengthened bonds. And when we land again, think about taking a vacation somewhere far away. It's only a matter of time before the horrors of the mansion reach the city streets. When we get in the helicopter, pulling out the first aid kit on board, starting to patch each other together, I look at Molly, we exchange a wordless nod, and I turn to the rest of the team. Leaving the mansion behind us, knowing that we'll probably try and call in some kind of remote missile strike to contain the problem and prevent it from spreading. I think we tell the team what we should have told them before we left. We are with child, we're pregnant, we're expecting. Everyone congratulates us, even as we're struggling to cope with the fact that we just barely survived one of the most horrifying things. But we survived. We made it through. When we get back, the boss orders me, General Goods immediately orders me onto maternity leave, and I do not fight him. I've learned enough from Major Tenant to know that fighting the boss on something that important isn't worth it. I report the new kid, or Sven and I report the new kid for having lied on their enlistment. We leave it up to General Goods to deal with, and whether or not he kicks the new kid ran off the force is entirely up to him. If he stays on board, if he's allowed to stay on board, I'm going to be giving him a lot of lessons before I let him back out into the field. Molly and I book in for a holiday. Preferably around the time of our anniversary. Preferably before I give birth. We made it through. We fought for each other, we fought alongside each other, we helped each other. And all that I can come to the conclusion of at the end of this horrifying ordeal is that the mansion incident has done nothing but strengthen not just my resolve to help, but the whole unit's resolve to help. And even if we have to go back there, even if our missile strikes are shot down, if our, either figuratively or literally, if we have to go back there and contain it ourselves, I have faith that the unit will take care of business and will do the right thing. We'll be good to each other. Chat, that is a stunning, horrifying end to the mansion incident, a solo horror RPG. Thank you so much. I know that many of you have dropped off because it is quite late. It's 11 o'clock at night. I do not blame you all for dropping out a little early. It has been a pleasure and a delight streaming for you this wonderful All Hallows Eve. Thank you so much for playing along with me. The mansion incident, I've put a link to in chat. Please do pick yourself up a copy. Leave a review on the page. I will be doing so right after stream. But in the meanwhile, yeah, it is late, Dumbass Sapphic. In the meanwhile, we are not the only ones still up. I know for a fact that the realist writer Tom is, hopefully, I'm checking, still streaming right now. Mixed Bag Monday, cramming in conservatives and conspiracies before Rad takes a holiday. Let's go and say hello to Rad. Let us explain what we have survived, and let us wish Rad a very happy holiday. So let's go ahead and get that raid going. Chat, thank you so much for your support here tonight. I know that there's only 2 of us heading over to the raid, but hopefully you all have a wonderful week, and we'll see you on Sunday for Tabletop Tales. Thank you, everybody, for an absolutely wonderful night. Stay spooky. Say hello to Rad. Take care of each other. And be well. Getting the raid over and done with. Good night, everyone.